Call the meeting to order for December 16th, 2025 Lompoc City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ball.
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Bridge.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega.
Here.
Mayor James Mosby.
Present. Please rise and join me in invocation by Pastor Ron.
Well, you know, I never can start until you participate with me, right? That's just the way I am. So are you happy tonight? You know, wait a minute. Let's try that again. Are you happy tonight? Oh, good. I mean, can you not be happy in Lompoc when everybody else is fighting snow? Come on now. Just don't let that secret out, okay? That's our secret. Well, thank you, Mayor, City Council. I want to thank the Lord for you. I want to thank the Lord for our city. I really appreciate the staff. I appreciate our first responders, especially our police chief and fire chief and our first responders. It's an amazing people who help our city. And I want to thank the Lord also for those who work on our streets and those who pick up our trash. I mean, I've never met such an incredible people who are willing to help. And so let's try to be nice to them and slow down a little bit when you're seeing them when they're working on the road. Are you okay with me on that? So, Father, we want to thank you tonight because we do appreciate the good things that you give us. And Lord, you as Pastor was telling me as I was walking in here, you know, God chooses to hang out with us as messy as we are. So I'm going to borrow that for a minute, Pastor, because we are often, so often dealing with complexities and trying to meet our city needs. And sometimes we get stuck. And so we just ask for your grace and mercy to help us push through, to help us in our city and our citizens. But thank you for protecting, Lord, those who are right now on the street, protecting our city. Lord, our first responders. I want to thank you so much for the mayor and the council who do everything they can, Lord, to get us moving in the right direction. I want to thank you especially for the staff that comes here every Tuesday and spend time helping us forge through to the future. Help us to get there. I want to thank you so much, and I appreciate, Father, all that you do. We ask that you help us, lead us, guide us, and especially in this season, Lord, where there's many celebrations, but there is this celebration that we do call Christmas. And there's Hanukkah, and there's other things that go on doing the same. But for the most part, everybody's got their Christmas trees up and their lights because we thank you because you are the Father of lights, the great light that we so need and depend upon in your name. Amen.
Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have a presentation. City Manager, we have a presentation from Genesis Evacuation and stuff. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
So I'd like to make a point of order. We did not get this in our package. The agreement was we were going to get packages. I'm not going to try and pull this, but the agreement was we get the presentations that we're going to get in advance. And this was well known for a month. This was coming up. So It's no shot at you, it's the system.
Okay, yeah, understood. Okay, so my battalion chief was actually going to present this, but he just got a call, so I'm going to work my way through this. But this was an item that you remember we did, I believe, in March of this year. So this is just an informational presentation on something that we've already adopted as a city, but really for an opportunity for you guys to ask questions and certainly to inform the community of what their options are as far as evacuation goes in our city and operational area. So this is just a breakdown of what the program is called. It was formerly called Zone Haven and then transitioned to a system called Genesis. And so really what the program does is it informs a community, should you be a part of this program or you download the app, it would be more or less a notification to your particular zone, letting you know where the emergency is, and then directing you towards an evacuation area and a reunification center to meet back up with your family members or friends, should that be the directive that you're given. So the program began in 2024, like I had said, so formerly known as Zone Haven. And like I had said, it's an evacuation and protective action management software. And this was some information that we had given earlier in the year also. And this is made up of the entire operational area to include all law and fire agencies. So it's all 8 of them. This was passed through a memorandum of agreement in, you see there, May of 2025. And there's been probably a fairly extensive implementation process just as far as getting a handle on the technology and then rolling that out to really our battalion chiefs and then the rest of the community that will be using this actively. And then there on August 5th of 2025, the contract was amended and passed. So this is what the visual layout of the program is, and I'm going to attempt to open up the program just to show you what it looks like. But this is what the program looks like. So each city has been given specified zones. We had the opportunity to create the zones ourselves. So depending on the number of people and homes and residents within those zones, we more or less created, as you can see, the LMP, which of course is Lompoc. And the goal of this would be for our community members to know which zone they are a part of. I'll call up my battalion chief here in a second, but would to be for you to have an awareness of what your zone is, so that when you receive that notification, then you would know that, hey, you're part of LMP 365, and then you would be given directives. So the whole, kind of the saying for this program is to know your zone. As far as the financial and fiscal impact, we talked about this during the initial presentation. This was funded through a Homeland Security grant through the emergency operational area, through the Office of Emergency Management, and this was funding for 4 years, so there is no out-of-pocket for the City of Lompoc or other participating agencies. At the end of 4 years, we will determine if we want to continue to be a part of this, should we be given another grant, or if we have to fund this ourselves. But for the next 4 years, it is paid for. Okay, so I'll call up Battalion Chief Cody Lee. He's going to walk us through the process as far as how to sign up. And really, this is absolutely informative for the council, but it's really for you folks and the audience to hopefully encourage you to download Ready SBC and then the Genesis program so we can keep you informed.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you all. Sorry about that. So like Chief was saying, the website that you're going to want to visit is readysbc.org. Very simple website, and we'll take you to that now. Next slide. Oh, thanks. So this is actually the Genesis website. We can look at that first. So this is what it looks like when we pull up, or I pull up the actual program. Oh, sorry. So this is what it looks like when we pull up the actual program. This is what all the first responders are seeing. So I can bring up these maps, and all of these zones have different icons that are going to tell me different things. I can go to a response down in Goleta, and I can bring up that zone if that's the area I'm working in for any type of emergency, and it will tell me any critical information that I need to know that's in that zone. Along with that, I can click and get a number of information. So I can see here that this is roughly 178 acres. It tells me a rough population that's in that area, how many vehicles, how many structures, and then I can use all that data to determine what resources are necessary. Now, the big one for the public and the best way that you're going to utilize this program is getting up-to-date information on your specific area. So it's not just the Lompoc Valley is having an emergency and we need to evacuate. It's going to be specific to the zone that your home is located in, and whether that's an evacuation warning, it's mandatory evacuation, it really narrows things down. So you can get up-to-date information on your specific area that you live in. Let's go to the website so you can see. This one? I'll let you do it. That's not ready, SBC org. What's the other one? So this is Ready SBC org. This is how you sign up for alerts. So right here, you can click on this, walks you through the process, very simple. And then if you click on getting to know your new emergency zones map, it will allow you to search an address. So if we wanted to search an area like 115 South G Street, which is Fire Station 51, or you would search your home address, it'll tell you what zone you're in. And then you're able to get information through the Genesis app, which you can download right here. And it'll give you up-to-date real-time information on your specific zone and anything going on within that zone. Yeah. Sorry, I kind of missed the first half of the presentation, but we just wanted to give you a quick update on kind of where the program was at and what it looks like, and field any questions if anybody has any questions about it.
Any questions? Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, so this sounds amazing. Obviously, it's giving us a lot more data and detail on real-time data, it sounds like, and keep us prepared for worst-case scenarios, perhaps. You mentioned that it's funded for 4 years. Just curious, once that funding goes away, we hunt for grants, but what's the cost and what are we looking at for that?
Revisit it at the time. You know, a lot of these programs, there's a large startup cost associated. So it takes a lot of time and effort goes into getting these programs rolling, and then they determine a reoccurring cost after that. And so that's going to be determined after that 4 years is up. But there was a lot of, hours and time spent getting this program started. I mean, just determining the whole Lompoc area and what those zones were going to look like, and all the analysis that goes into that. A lot of that time, there's a lot of cost associated with that, and then afterwards you can kind of see what it costs just to keep it running.
So I guess just for me, I think it's a great idea. I'm glad it's happening. I'm glad we're a part of it. I'd love to see it sustained, but part of that is making sure that we fund it and we set aside money for good things. So keep us apprised as you learn any details on that. That'd be
For
great.
sure.
Thank you.
I
Anybody
do want
else?
to mention this was a collaborative effort with PD. We worked together on this project. A lot of our meetings were done over Zoom, and it was all done together. The way that evacuations work is if we have an incident within Lompoc and there's a certain area that fire determines needs to be evacuated, we're going to our law partners to assist us and really do a lot of those evacuations together. And so it was super important that we work together on this project, and it's really a great example of us all coming together and all getting the same information and being on the same page for major disasters. Most recently, the Palisades and the Eaton fire that we had last January. This program was huge. It was real-time information. They overlaid the fire maps on these areas, and that's how they evacuated people, is using these zones. So that's just an example of when it was used recently.
Real fast, and so the messaging will be out through cell phones, right?
Yeah, you have the
Primarily?
ability to put your phone number in there, and then it punches out a message, typically a text message. It's through, it's a different program. I'm going to blank on the name, but it's a different program that the OEM uses to put the message out.
So the curiosity I had wasn't long ago, we had our cell phones weren't working in the valley. So what do we do then? What's your backup plan?
Well, you can go onto the Genesis website and you could get information that way. But again, that's assuming that you have internet connection. You know, if everything, all cell phones are down and all computers are down, then, you know, you revert back to.
Well, we do have an
traffic streets.
alternative out there that a lot of others don't have. We do have a radio station, which I've been a
Yep.
proponent to try to get messaging and get people in the habit to go through on the radio station, because most people have a vehicle and have a way to access a radio, so.
Yeah.
I know we've kind of forget about that one a lot, but it is a potential, just saying, because we did recently have the cell phones and stuff go down, so,
That was a big
Anyhow.
challenge.
yeah. All right, thank you, guys. Anybody else? Any other question? All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
City manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start out by thanking everybody who came out for the holiday parade. It was a record-breaking event. We had over 90 floats and entries in there, and it was probably one of the best ones I've seen. I wanted to thank a lot of the divisions that went out and did a lot of work. The city looked great. Urban forestry, streets, facilities, police, solid waste, park and rec. I thought it was a great event. I think next year we might have to make it a little longer because we had so many people that were stacked up on the sidewalks, but that's a good problem to have. So I want to thank everybody. I also want to thank the school district. They did a lot of ornaments that we put on the floats, and they're up here on the dais too. So good event for everybody to come together.
Hey, who won?
I think it was the facilities
I
department.
just wonder, where's that trophy you got? Good job to you and everybody who put that together, too.
Yeah, the facilities guys did an outstanding job on the city float. I was really impressed with it. Anyways, we got some other stuff coming up. We got the Pooch Plunge, and that'll be happening Sunday, December 21st. You can come on out, register as soon as you can, because that does fill up. We also have some stuff going on at the library. We have a free gift wrapping station. So if you want to sneak a present home, there's a way to get it wrapped and get home without being seen with what you got, everybody. They also have the tiny art show going on there. They had a good showing for that. We had 80 entries. That's a big number for that. They'll be at the Grossman Gallery. It's a good thing to take your family and go walk through it and look at all the pictures. They do some great stuff. And after that, they'll be going to the village. We still have some LED lights. I think this will be the last week, though. We're probably going to run out. You can get 5 strands of LED lights. Just remember to bring your utility bill, a photo ID, and your old lights, of course. Yeah. We also have a survey system that we're pushing out. You may have seen it, called Flash Vote. We're trying to get community input when we do surveys. We got over 300 plus people that have registered to be on that panel. It's anonymous. You'll be personal information in there, but we use it for survey results. So we don't see the information, neither does anybody else. But we encourage everybody to participate. It's not going to be like the old school surveys that take 15, 20 minutes on the phone. It'll be 1 or 2 minutes, and you can do it through a text, email, or you can still use the phone. So I want to take a minute and recognize somebody who went through the Santa Barbara Regional Management Academy, and he graduated last Friday, and that's our Public Works Director, Craig Deerling. I was lucky enough to go there. There was about 30 people that went through the program, and they did a great presentation, and I'm pretty proud of Craig for going there and bettering himself. We got closures. Also want to announce that we'll be having some closures at City Hall. This year it won't be Christmas Eve and Christmas, it'll be Christmas and the day after, just how they land on the calendar. And that'll have some closures here at City Hall, Library, Solid Waste, and Parks and Rec. The City Hall will also be closed for a week during the holidays. That'll be start December 29th through Friday, the January 2nd. The Dick Dewey Center and Aquatic Center will also be closed for maintenance, and that'll be December 22nd through the 4th. And remember that you'll see a one-day delay on pickup for trash. They won't be picking up on Christmas or New Year's. But I just wanted to truly appreciate everybody and hope everybody has a safe holidays, and thank you.
I got a quick question for you. The ordinance on moving the vehicles 150 feet, when does that start to be enforced?
I believe it started the beginning of this month. I believe it started the beginning of this month. I think that was the first meeting in November, the 4th. So it should be it's enacted. It's acted. It's ready to
So
go.
when do you guys plan to start enforcing it?
I'll have to refer to the chief.
The moving ordinance, the 150-foot ordinance that we passed?
We've got to prioritize that and get the staff trained up on it all, and we'll get it going soon.
Okay. I just want to let people know.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah. Councilor Starbuck, there you are.
Yeah, Mr. Albro, a quick question. You know, during the budgets, we allotted some money for Christmas decorations, and I thought we allotted enough money where we could buy new ones and not paper plates to put on their faces and stuff.
Yeah, I went out and I asked if we're going to do that, and I was told that those were the new ones, but they look a lot like the old ones. So
An awful lot.
we're gonna investigate that and see if we can't get something changed there.
Probably get the best price in June or July.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open it up for public comment on consent calendar. Number of things on consent calendar. Anybody want to pull anything off consent calendar? I go down the list. Councilmember Bridge, what do you want?
I don't really want to pull item 5, but I would like to have a separate vote on it. So however you execute that protocol, we can either just do it during the vote, or you can pull it for a separate vote. That's your call.
Which one were you wanting to do that with?
Item 5, the LMC fog ordinance.
Item 5.
And the chamber contract, I have several questions on that. So probably just for efficiency, we should pull that one.
So I don't know if it's me or not, but what item ends consent calendar? No, I'm just at the city manager, you can fill me in.
Are you talking about the chamber? I'm looking.
No. So items 1 through 11 are on consent? So the update regarding Lompoc Streets Multimodal Improvement Plan is on consent calendar?
I believe so. Is that number 11? Did you want to pull it, sir?
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to get an update, how do we get an update if it's on consent?
We can do that.
Say,
Mayor, I have a quick question on that, just in terms of format. This is a pretty important issue, it's a big issue. But because it's on consent calendar, are we waiving everyone's right to speak on this later?
no. We'll make sure we have public comment on consent calendar, and that will be heard. That will be heard immediately before second oral communication near the end of the meeting. He's got minor questions, a separate vote on number 5, minor questions on the chamber contract. So let me just read these items into the record so we know we've got item 11 is the only one so far pulled to come before. Did you have something you wanted to pull?
Well, the questions are going to cause a little time on the chamber one, so
Okay, well, let's pull that one then as well then. And which item number is that one again?
6.
Number 6. You have questions on 5, and we're going to pull number 6. So 6 and 11 will come up later. So let me just read into the record what we've got on there for consent calendar. We have approval of minutes, regular meeting October 21st, 2025, approval and ratification of expenditures, November 21st, 2025 of $2 million, November 17th through 21st, 2025 of $1.2 million, November 24th through 28th, voucher register for $2.3 million. And then we have approval of First Amendment to professional service agreement with Urban Planning Concepts Incorporated for consultant services for work associated with general plan updates, sphere annexation updates, and other planning department service, amending the total contract amount to $300,000, extending the term through 2026. Number 4 is approval of change order request to purchase order with Engel and Gray Incorporated for organics hauling and processing services. Number 5, adoption of ordinance number 1740, parentheses 25, amending chapter 1316, updating the Lompoc Municipal Code, section 13.16 sewer system and wastewater division enforcement response plan. Number 6 is the approval of First Amendment to the agreement of the Lompoc Chamber of Commerce for business assistance services for fiscal years 2025 through 2027. And number 7 is the adoption of Resolution 6791, parentheses 25, approving Amendment Number 1 to the International Association of Firefighters Local 1906 Memorandum of Understanding 2024-2027 to increase medical benefit contributions provided by the city and approving supplemental appropriations. Number 8 is Resolution 6792, parentheses 25, approving Amendment Number 7 to the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 1245 MOU 2022 to 26 to increase medical benefit contribution provided by the city and approving supplemental appropriations. Number 9 is adoption of Resolution 6793, parentheses 25, approving Amendment Number 1 to the Lompoc Police Officer Association MOU 2025-2027 to increase medical benefit contributions provided by the city and approving supplemental appropriations. And number 10 is adoption of Resolution Number 6794, parentheses 25, approving an amended and restated compensation plans for management, supervisor, and confidential and unrepresented employees to increase medical benefit contributions provided by the city, approving supplemental appropriations. And number 11 is update regarding Lompoc Streetscape Multimodal Improvement Plan. So we have items numbers 6 and 11 to be heard towards the end. And what do we, you got your questions on 5? Did you just want to vote separately? What do you? Okay, so looking for a motion on the other items, with number 5 being separately, or any minor questions? Councilmember Ridge.
I'll make the motion, we pass the consent calendar 1 through 4, 7 through 10.
Okay, we got a first. Do I get a second on the motion? We going through the light? There we go. We got a Bridge Vega with a second on that. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 5-0.
I'm not exactly sure how to make it, but I'll make a motion that the item 5 be put up for vote among the council as a consent item.
Now, do I need to bring it back because I didn't close public comment, but nobody rose for public comment? Are we good with that?
Oh, I thought since no one rose, you just moved on.
Nobody rose, so close public comment. Okay, good. So number 5.
Again, I'm not sure the protocol, but I'd like to make a motion that we take a vote on item 5 to approve or not approve it as a consent item.
Well, if Councilmember Bridge, if you don't want to make the motion to approve, then someone should make the motion to approve.
And I can't make that motion.
You can't make the motion to approve it?
I was trying to make the motion to have it come up for vote. I'm not going to vote for it, so the direction is I can't make the motion in that fashion.
Okay, we're still looking for a motion to pass item number 5. Or other things. Motion away. Okay, we have a first by Starbuck and a second by Ball. Let's go ahead and vote. That's a motion. The motion is to approve? What is that? We got Councilmember? Okay, here, there you go. Speak into your mic. Motion to approve item number 5. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 4-1 with Councilmember Bridge voting no. All right. No more staff presentation announcements or requests? There's nothing logged. Seeing nobody step up for that. Oral communications, 3 minutes on oral communications. Now's your time.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gio, and I'm here tonight not as a program on paper, but as someone who has been quietly doing the work. I was raised by my grandparents with one core value: be of service. And the way I was taught to serve was simple, with respect and compassion. For over 30 years, my work put me on the road. Every morning, the first people I interacted with were police officers. They were my first point of contact, day in and day out. Because of that, I have real respect for law enforcement. I know they are good people doing a difficult job, often in impossible situations, and I approach them and everyone I work with respect and compassion. What I'm doing now in Lompoc is mobile, practical, and grounded in real conditions. Most nights, I'm out from 10 at night until 2 in the morning, sometimes later. I work alongside churches and community groups that already serve meals. I don't replace them, I support them. I run a mobile bicycle clinic. Broken bikes get fixed. Unsafe bikes get repaired. Those bikes are then given directly to people who need transportation for work, appointments, and daily life. After bike repairs, churches often hand me meals, and I take those meals back out to people who can't make it to dinner services. At the same time, something else is happening out there that doesn't get talked about much. The older guys, the OGs, go out at night and collect abandoned appliances and furniture before they turn into dumping problems. I go out with them. We clean alleys, we reduce blight quietly, without conflict, and always with respect for the neighborhoods and the people living in them. This year alone, we repaired and gave away 29 bicycles. Reported bike thefts dropped from roughly 300 last year to around 250 this year. That didn't happen through enforcement. It happened through access. I've also watched a lot of people disappear. I personally know 10 people who have died from fentanyl this year. One man I work with told me he's lost over 50. These aren't statistics. These are people, and they deserve dignity. What I've learned is simple. Encampment sweeps don't solve anything. Harassment doesn't solve anything. People don't leave town. They just get pushed from one place to another. The real question is how we help people get situated with respect and compassion. I'm not asking for a downtown building. An industrial space is fine. I just need somewhere to work, a place to store tools, repair bikes, and keep building step by step. This initiative grows in layers: mobility first, stability next, and eventually adaptive reuse of underused buildings through grants, but only after trust and results are proven. So when I ask for help carrying the load, this is what that looks like: a point of contact at the city, a point of contact with the police department, a connection at Good Samaritan, including the ability to clock volunteer hours through bike restoration and bike registration. Registered. That protects riders, supports the police department, and reduces theft cycles.
Sorry.
Fuel support would make a real difference. Most of this work happens at night.
Turn it off, turn it off. Thank you, guys. He sounded a little gruff. I'm not that gruff, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to read some comments from a lecture that Rosa Corey gave on June 26, 2012 at the Kingswood Art Center in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. And this lecture is still up on the public domain of YouTube regarding United Nations agenda for the 21st century, and that it was signed on to a number of nations in 1992. It is a blueprint and action plan to inventory and control all land, all water, all plants, all minerals, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all energy, all information, and all human beings in the world. At the time of the signing, at the time of her speaking, it was moving into the control phase, a worldwide global plan signed onto by 179 nations at the UN Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. George Bush Sr. signed on to the U.S. onto this agreement. And since that time, presidents have supported this. And it enables and justifies monitoring and metering and restricting of our energy and our water usage, and we will see this as smart meters, instituting a carbon tax on industry, pulverizing roads, destroying dams, sinking our economy, exhausting our military with endless war, diagnosing the population with mental illness, drugging the population, bleeding our transportation budget, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see, land use document in the nation. So it basically is just an inventory and control. It's to inventory and control everything. And so the overarching political and social philosophy that goes with United Nations Agenda 21 and its sustainable development is the communitarianism. And communitarianism is that the individual rights have to be balanced with the rights of the community. And as Americans, we know that we have our rights, we have our Constitution and our rights from our Creator. But when you look at communitarianism, it basically negates that, and things have to be in balance with the community. So basically, the UN said that everything we are doing now is compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. So the Brundtland Commission basically said, come back with an action plan for dealing with sustainable development, and then the book was presented. That's like over 300 pages, 40 chapters. The Agenda 21 United Nations Program of Action from Rio de Janeiro. And so this book is real, and that's a lot of where a lot of the common jargon comes from that are, being brought into what we're seeing happening in our communities with roads and sidewalks and bike lanes and stuff like that. So.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I got something to say. Gentlemen, good evening. I'm going to read this. This is about 3 minutes. Try not to cut me off, huh? All right. My name is Greg Gideon. I am a retired general contractor. I've had my license for 31 years. The reason I retired is because I got fed up with the incompetent and lackadaisical work ethics of our building department. Okay? Basically, I got tired of beating my head against a rock, so I had to walk away from the rock. All right? So, back in September, I built a 16 by 12 foot shed in my backyard. No electrical, no sewer, no water, just a wood frame box on a cement slab so I could store my stuff in. The value cost of this shed is $20,000, okay? City was not happy, told me that I must submit plans for the shed so they could approve something that was already built. So I did. I submitted my own hand-drawn plans that I used to construct this building. City didn't like my plans. City has told me I need to provide a set of plans with a requirement of detail that can only be achieved by hiring an architect at the cost of $5,000. $5,000 for a $20,000 shed, okay? For $20,000. Okay, so now let's talk about the City of Lompoc Police Department parking lot security fence that was just constructed over here behind me, okay? $250,000 of taxpayer grant money. My question to the council, where are the plans for this project? Can somebody show me a set of plans drawn by a licensed architect that show everything that's been done on this job and how this money was spent? Wow, well, guess what? There are no plans. No plans. $250,000 worth of taxpayer grant money, okay, and the project got done and there's no plans. How does that work? Okay, but the city wants me to provide plans for a $20,000 storage shed. So can you see the double standard hypocrisy going on here? Okay, so let's talk about double standards. If I owned a parking lot in this town, wanted to install a security fence around it like the city did, I would have to provide all kinds of plans, site plans, electrical plans, drainage, wind shear load calculations for the fence, ridiculous stuff. Okay? Not to mention the handicap upgrades I would be forced to pay for. Okay? I don't know if everybody knows this, but the valuation of your job, you cut me off? I need like 2 more minutes.
There's 2 more minutes at the end of the meeting, so hold on for that.
Really? You guys got nothing else to do? I got one more page to write.
I got more for, I'll give him some more.
Just to be fair to everybody, I've got to be fair to everybody.
I'm reading this right here, trying not to rant.
We'll remember, come at the end of the meeting, there's 2 more minutes.
There's 2 more minutes at the end, but I'll give him some, don't worry.
Okay, can I go? Can I finish?
No, at the end of the meeting. I have to be fair to everybody. We could be,
Wow. At the end of the meeting. Okay, I will wait.
thank you.
I will wait.
It'll be worth it.
Oh, I hope so.
I know why. Because Kevin had lunch with John Tyne and the Duke of Sussex. So I think the Lompoc Police Department might think it's a little special. Or maybe it needed security around its vehicles. You know, maybe they didn't like the back of their catch pen left open at night, which I can see. But there are double standards in this town. I'm learning all about them.
Anybody else? See nobody rise, we'll close oral communications and bring it to item number 12 for a public hearing. Adoption of ordinance number 173925, amending Title 15 of the Lompoc Municipal Code and adopt and amend the latest edition of the California Building Standards Code and adopting findings of fact to support imposition requirements other than those of the California Building Standards Code. Ann Schneider.
Good morning, or evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is our triennial code adoption for amendments for the local building code. Every 3 years, the state of California adopts a new building code and requires any city that wishes to amend that due to local conditions to adopt amendments at that time. The amendments will go into effect approximately 1 month after the adoption, and the code will go into effect on January 1st. We have about 13 different parts of codes that we adopt, but the main ones that we're going to be looking at amendments on tonight are to the building code and the fire code. And part of that is because the building code and the fire code cover the same topics. For instance, whether a building is required to have fire sprinklers is specified in both the building code and the fire code. The fire code has had amendments for many years to their codes, and the building code is amended to match the same standards. So when you look in either book, you get the same answer rather than having one amended and one base code. So we are presenting those tonight. The building codes are prepared by the state of California based on the International Code Council's books that are prepared every 3 years. So the ICC codes of 2024 are the California building codes as amended by the state of California and imposed on all local jurisdictions in the 2025 code, and they become effective in 2026. So the first of the month, we will be on the new codes. There is a 180-day period between when the state finalizes the codes in July and the codes become effective, and that is the period that allows the local jurisdictions to make any amendments that they need to make. The amendments are specialized to local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions and are established by findings in the ordinance. The codes cover everything from electrical, mechanical, plumbing, energy, existing buildings, green buildings, reference standards through thousands of books, fire code, historic building, the new Wildland Urban Interface Code, which the fire marshal is going to address, administrative, and the building code. So there's a variety of different codes. Some of them are ICC codes that are prepared. Some of them, such as the Energy Code and the Green Code, are wholly created by the state of California to impose those regulations on the residents. This year, because of staffing changes, the amendments that are being proposed are exactly the same amendments that you adopted for the 2022 code, which went into effect in January of 2023. We have made no changes to the type and nature of amendments. However, as is the state is wont to, they moved a few things around, so the reference to which section the code item is in has changed in some cases, but that's a reorganization that the state does on a regular basis. They, I think, get great pleasure in moving things around, so we have to go search and find it again. The new Wild Urban Interface Code is the latest adoption by the state, and we'll have the fire marshal come up and go over that. And at the end of the evening, we will hopefully conclude the public hearing and adopt the ordinance so that it will go into effect in early January.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council, John Steffens, Fire Marshal. So this presentation will provide a clear overview of the 2025 California WUI Code, explaining its purpose, its requirements, and how it applies to the city of Lompoc. The Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, represents areas most at risk of wildfire spread into communities. This slide defines the WUI to ensure council and the public understands the physical settings of the regulations. The WUI Code did not appear out of nowhere. Previously, California's wildfire-related requirements were in multiple sections of the California Building Code and the California Fire Code. For the 2025 code update, the state fire marshal reviewed all the wildfire-related regulations and consolidated them into one dedicated WUI code. The goal was to eliminate conflicts, make enforcement more consistent statewide, and make the requirements easier for the public, builders, and fire agencies to understand. Next slide. The updated 2025 WUI code builds on lessons learned from recent wildfires. It ensures that new buildings and major remodels in fire-prone areas use materials and designs proven to withstand fire exposure. This map shows areas within Lompoc identified as moderate, high, very high fire hazard severity zones. These designations come from the state fire marshal and guide where WUI code requirements apply. So this slide summarizes the main building features and maintenance practices required by the WUI code. These features slow fire spread and protect structures from windborne embers. Both homeowners and developers share responsibility for compliance. This slide clarifies that vegetation management, construction materials, and access are all part of the WUI code. This slide explains the community-wide advantages of adopting and following WUI standards. It emphasizes prevention, safety, and insurance implications. And this slide outlines how the city of Lompoc will implement the 2025 WUI code. It emphasizes planning, coordination, and public communication leading up to adoption. And that's your WUI code. Any questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Bull.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is it possible to go back to that map that showed the different zones? And I know that's a state map.
Yes, the great map.
And the only reason I'm referencing that is that I've, in my district, which is kind of towards the bottom left, I've met with some folks that live right up against, I mean, they're on the last street before it hits the alley, and then it hits I think, county jurisdiction. So just out of curiosity, in the big picture of everyone working together to improve the situation, is the county taking additional responsibility for some of that zone in their area? And how is that working out?
Yes, yes.
Great.
So the Santa Barbara County Fire Marshal and myself we've spoken. I have expressed my concerns about the vegetation up on the hillside. They do have a vegetation management crew, which my son is actually on, that actually goes into areas like that, and they thin the fuel load. And that is also a grant-funded group, but they're aware of it, and they're aware that I'm noisy.
Sure. And the only reason I bring that up, I had some, and again, I'm not going to say their names or anything because I love these people. They're really nice people, but they got really worried about their backyard and the land that was across the alley, so they went and started scraping everything down, and they got updated by the fire department, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to just go and take all the vegetation down because you have issues when it rains, et cetera. But again, I was hoping that, again, you guys and the county are definitely working together to maybe expand that zone of safety, because there's definitely a lot of people up there that, when it does get dry, they get really worried, so.
I understand that. I've spoken to a number of the residents, and I've told them that I've been in contact with the county. It's kind of a weird balancing point between being in the city and the county. I've made contact with residents that are on the hills above. I've had them come down, and I've told them, I'm like, look, your neighbors are concerned about your property, like if it was to catch fire, going into their property. So if you could just take that, and they actually have in certain areas that I've gone and spoken with them. But it's a matter of getting in contact with those people that own the properties.
Well, I appreciate all the hard work, and again, anything that collaboratively can be done to make sure our citizens are safe, it's super important, so thank you.
Any other questions before I open to public comment? Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment. Item number 12.
Hi there. So what they're not telling you is that line, everybody on the south side there, it just got more expensive for them to do any kind of remodeling or anything to their homes or build it, because now you're adopting all this fire-resistant codes. Okay, cement board, put your soffits in. They don't say nothing about that. It's all about the brush clearance and everything. But what it actually does is it picks on those particular people along the hillside, and it costs them money because you're adopting a new set of code regulations that increases the cost of trying to do any kind of work. It's already ridiculously expensive to do anything to your house, but all these regulations, it's a good thing to do. I mean, I would do it if I lived out, in the middle of the bushes someplace. But now you're trying to impose this on people that live inside the city limits. So now anybody that wants to go do something to their house, now there's just like 6 more hoops that everybody has to jump through, all right? And it takes more time getting that through planning department, okay? So it costs money. That's not cheap. It's a great idea, but you're costing people money.
Any other public comment? Item number 12. See nobody rise, we'll close, yeah, no? Okay. Close item number 12, let's bring it back to the council on maybe the fire marshal could come up and maybe you could answer a couple quick questions.
Yes, sir.
So we're kind of, hands are tied in making sure we pass this, correct?
It'd be nice to pass it. I do want to address what the gentleman was talking about. I agree with you. It does raise costs. But because it is the California WUI code, whether we decide to adopt it or not, it becomes our code, January 1st.
So yes, our hands are tied.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's never any economic analysis of what this costs when we do it? Generally speaking, you try to, on other things, but this one is like, hey, take it, right?
It was kind of like the maps.
Yeah,
Here you go.
right. It wasn't you dreaming this stuff up, it's kind of the mandate, so
Correct.
I appreciate that. All right, any other questions, Councilmember? Oh, we're lining up. Councilmember, let me go, Councilmember Ball, then I'll go Starbuck to Bridge.
So I have a lot of respect for all the comments, and again, I think from the big picture perspective, again, we don't have much of an option here, but I would just suggest that in a worst-case scenario, the cost of having our city burned down is pretty expensive. We have some pretty recent data, Palisades Fire, other fires around it. The costs are amazingly ridiculous. So again, out of an abundance of safety, it's always hard to swallow new costs and new regulations, et cetera, but if this adds to the safety of our community, I'm all for it.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Mr. Stebbins, I have a quick question for you. This slide 5 here, it puts my house in a red area. I know because I've got a real nice insurance premium increase, and I'm sure that once this is approved, that I'll probably wind up with another one. I'm curious, it says this is identified by the state fire marshal, and one of the last paragraphs says there ain't shit you can do about it.
Yes.
So, he never came by my place. Nobody from the state has ever been by, but now they've identified that I live in obviously one of the worst places in town for fire.
And they didn't interview the fire department. They didn't interview anybody from our town.
So how did this happen?
It was the supercomputer that created it, I believe. They
But the
plugged a whole
supercomputer
bunch of
doesn't
stuff.
get the insurance bills.
I agree with you.
So it's just another one, we're all screwed if you live in the red zone here. Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Bridge.
Well, my question is not about WUI.
Okay.
So I guess the first question I have to understand is, I believe Ann said at the end of the meeting today, we will have a motion and pass this if this is the public hearing. And so is that the protocol we're heading down? I just want to get an understanding before I go into the next section. Is the end of this meeting resulting in a motion to pass this amendment to the building code and the building code?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my first comment would just be make sure we understand, not that you don't understand, but you've just spent some time gnashing our teeth about the fact that this is shoved down our proverbial throat and that we're going to accept it because we have to. However, about 15 pages of this document that we're going to pass today is done by us. These are amendments to the California Building Code that's buried in this package. Probably 10,000 hours of engineering time was built or expended to pass the code. And now Lompoc's going to perhaps appropriately amend that code. And every one of those amendments will add cost to the development. We're about 150% of what Santa Maria is doing in their amendments. And it's very common to do amendments. So when we pass this today, my calculation is somewhere between $10,000 and $25,000 of cost is going to be added to any development efforts. Having said that, there's two specific ones that bother me. And I sat down with staff and we went over probably 24, and they had, in my opinion, very valid points on all of them, except for two. One is if you pass this, we are outlawing safe and sane fireworks. And so you're setting the scenario that every year you will have to come, or we will have to come, and reauthorize or modify the motion, is my understanding. On top of that, it feels uncomfortable to me because kids are going to have sparklers. We're going to have those safe and sane fireworks. So not only are we going to outlaw it here, then we're going to allow it, but it'll only be in a city parking lot, which is a law that probably doesn't get enforced. So that bothers me. The other item that bothers me in the code, and I understand both sides of the argument, but if you modify a building, you know, a 30,000 square foot building with a 5,000 square foot addition, and that building's not sparkled or sprinkled, you will have to sprinkle the entire building. That will be a significant cost. I know there's been controversy on that before. I think it hit when the Harbor Freight came in, or one of the big box stores. It became controversial. So I'm not here to pick a fight with staff or any of that. I just think we should be aware that's what's in here, and consider that when we get to the motion. Thank you.
Councilor Vol.
Yeah, just a couple of things, and again, I'm not asking anyone in the audience to raise your hand, but maybe consider if you remember in the not too distant past, there was fireworks that was launched and landed on the hill just above. Where was that? There was firework fire that started. You guys jumped on it really quick. It was up by the cross and over a little bit, maybe a couple of years ago. Anyway, that was one of them. A lot of people got really nervous with that one. I remember 10, 15 years ago when the Miguelita fire was happening and started to see flames coming over the hill, and I was standing on the street with a bunch of people watching that. And so I just want to push back a little bit. There's, again, the comparison of cost between us and Santa Maria might not be completely fair, considering that Santa Maria, has a river on one side. It's not necessarily up against mountains. That's Orcutt that has those houses, by the way. So again, Lompoc has a different terrain than Santa Maria does. So again, it'd be one thing if we've never had a fire surrounding us. We've never seen the flames, but we've seen it a couple times. And fortunately, we have a good fire department here. We have a great system that we're a part of at the county level, where they jump on this stuff really, really quickly. So fortunate for us, but it only takes a couple of things to happen to burn a town down, and we know that. So again, fireworks, I know that's a complicated issue. I love to see them too. But the state is extremely worried about fires, and we have recent history to educate us on that. So I just hope that we keep an open mind to the complexities of Lompoc. I get that there's some cost potentially if you live in the wrong part of town, right up against the hills that have brush. But it is a threat to our community from my perspective.
Councilor Bridge.
I just want to be clear. I started the statement with that the WUI is coming in, and I went on to safe and sane fireworks. So all the fireworks we all get excited about are not safe and sane fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are kids' sparklers and little fountains in the driveway. And it just seems odd to me that we are going to put a portion of this amendment in that says we're not going to allow those. And then come June 30th or May 31st, whenever we do it on an annual basis, we will say, okay, we're going to allow them this year. And that just seems make work to me. So I'm not advocating for fireworks. I get as aggravated as anybody about that. In fact, I've asked the city staff if they would please put one page on our website that explains what is legal and what is not, because there's so much confusion about fireworks. And I would like to, somewhere, because we get close to 4th of July, and all the questions come up. What are we allowing? Why are we allowing? Is the drones coming? Are the drones not coming? It would be nice to just have one place to point to. But I'm in support of, limiting dangerous fireworks And I'm certainly in support of hardening buildings that are in a fire zone, so thank you.
Councilmember Wall, you're
Just,
on.
just really quickly, I guess, one quick question. Are we mandated, and again, if we're not, I want to know that too, because I think that is a fair question on safe and sane. If we're not necessarily mandated by the state to say nothing at all, or is this something we're adding on out of an abundance of caution?
Well, there's actually a health and safety code. It's a law by the state that addresses safe and sane fireworks. And it is, I'll just read it. A retail license shall authorize a retail sale of safe and sane fireworks within this state only during the period of 12 noon on the 28th of June through 12 noon on the 6th of July of the same calendar year, and such license shall expire at the end of such period. No retail license shall be issued for the license period defined in the section unless the application for such license is received by the state fire marshal on or before June 15th, preceding the license period. A new retail sales license shall be required annually for the period specified in this section. So I actually checked into it because I was thinking, well, maybe there's a law that says we can't.
Well, the law says we can't have sales, and we definitely comply to that law. What the law is not saying, or I don't hear it being said, is that we need to add an amendment to the building and fire code that says safe and sane fireworks are outlawed in this town. That's an amendment we're putting in. Is that not correct?
Do you mean to just get rid of the fireworks? I'm not following you.
Right now, there's an amendment in this building code approval package that we have created, we Lompoc.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm reading it correctly, it says, safe and sane fireworks will not be allowed in the city. Am I misreading that? And so I'm not fighting, I don't want to,
No, I know.
I think I can just weigh in a little bit. It's not that we're saying that the safe and sane fireworks are not allowed in the city. We're saying that we're aligning our ordinance with the state regulation that says we can have them during these times. Part of the fire department's responsibility, as it largely is John's, is community risk reduction. And, we're limited with the amount of resources that we have as a fire department as it is. I think that we're comfortable monitoring safe and sane fireworks during that period of time and increasing any opportunity for additional fire spread, particularly in the wildland area. And it's something that we can control. I think that's something that we're, as a fire department, getting behind. But we're certainly open, Councilmember Bridge, to the time period that the state adopts. And I'm on board with that if you want us to do a one-page something on the website that's informative. And just for the community, it's very simple. Anything that is aerial is considered a non-safe and sane firework. So if it goes in the air, it's illegal. Anything that stays on the ground and you can buy from a booth would be considered safe and sane.
well, I'm apologizing, and I'm trying to thumb through that I didn't copy this, but there's a specific clause. What does it say? There you have it, Mayor, let me read it. And some of these I agree, right? The manufacture, display, sales, storage, possession, use, and handling of safe and sane fireworks, as defined in the code that we were given, shall be in accordance with the sections. I don't think this is the one, to be honest, Jim. All right, well, I'll take it offline. We did meet. I did identify with the fire chief, and I'll go back and reread it and provide it to you, but I believe my interpretation of the clause I saw said safe and sane fireworks would not be allowed, but I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong.
Very good. Thank you. No more questions for you? Looking for motions? Anybody? What's your motion? You got to make a motion, or just push a button. Who wants to do it? You trying? It's on vacation already. What's your motion, Councilmember Ball?
My motion is to adopt ordinance number 1739, parentheses 25, amending Title 15 of the Lompoc Municipal Code.
Do we need anything else on that motion, City Attorney? Is that?
No, I think that does it.
We good? Okay. We got a first. Do we have a second by Councilmember Vega? Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Bridge, you're up. There we go, there we go. That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You're not gonna stick around? Wow, that's too fucking bad.
Easy, easy, boy.
Wow.
Easy, easy.
I wish I was left before I could have my
Item number 13. New business. Chief Kevin Martin up. Approve agreement with Flock Safety for Drone First Responder Program and add specialized drone pilot to community service officer.
Council, Mayor, good evening, public. Tonight, the police department is presenting a staff report requesting the council approve and authorize the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with Flock Safety for the Flock Safety drone as first responder equipment and software for $100,000 per year for an initial 2-year term, and to add 1 community service officer position to the police department budget to be funded by AB 286 funds through fiscal year 2025-27 budget cycle, and then by the general fund thereafter. So, little background, excuse me, the Lompoc Police Department has 50 funded police officer positions. Lompoc's population is currently 43,594 with a land area of 11.7 square miles. The average number of police officers per 1,000 residents in the U.S. is 2.4. If the city's budget supported the national average staffing numbers, the police department would have 106 police officers. When evaluating our current police officer to resident numbers, the police department has 0.9 sworn officers for every 1,000 residents. The current top step sworn officer salary with benefits is almost $165,000. During 2024, the Lompoc Police Department responded to 31,314 calls for service. Of those calls for service, 2,771 ended with a final disposition of gone on arrival or unable to locate. This means that by the time the officers arrived on scene, the individual which caused the incident had fled. This includes reported stolen vehicles, fights in progress, subjects using illegal narcotics, juvenile problem, subjects with weapons, reckless drivers, and so on. Using drones as first responders is proving to be very effective in law enforcement around the world. The Lompoc Police Department has been utilizing drones for several years to assist with traffic accident investigation, reconstruction, crime scene investigation, reconstruction, police containment searches, search and rescue, and canine searches, but not as a first responder. The department would like to create a drone as first responder program in which it utilizes Flock Safety for hardware and software applications. This innovative approach involves police personnel operating drones from a remote and centralized location to promptly respond to calls for service across the city rather than deploying personnel to the scene and then launching a drone from that location. Drone as First Responder aims to leverage drone technology to improve the efficiency of our police responses, enhance officer and community safety, and facilitate more effective de-escalation strategies. Drones can be deployed swiftly to assess and monitor incidents, improving and providing crucial information to help de-escalate potential volatile situations. Real-time information from drone footage ensures that appropriate police resources are dispatched, enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of our response. The use of drones minimizes the risk to officers and civilians by providing a preliminary assessment of threats and dynamic situations. In addition to use during emergencies and high-risk incidents, drones can also monitor pre-planned events such as the Lompoc Christmas and Flower Festival parades. They can also be utilized to quickly scan and search large areas during planned missions. This is something I want to really focus on. The Flock DFR Drone as First Responders system comes with a community information portal, which would be put on the city's website to keep the community informed on drone flights, types of calls for service that the drones are being utilized for, paths where the drones are flying, and other information related to success of the drone flights. Why does Drone as First Responder matter to this community? The drone can arrive first on the scene of an emergency within 86 seconds. The drone can clear calls for service without the need to send a patrol resource. The drone can reduce the response times to emergencies by an average 71%. The drone can increase wanted persons or vehicles being located by almost 90%. When drones first came out, they required multiple people to operate the system, one to operate the drone's controls, and at least one to be a visual observer. The new Flock Aerodome DFR is fully automated and remote. One person can deploy multiple drones from the police department. There are a number of California agencies and agencies outside of California using drone technology: Elk Grove Police Department, the Scottsdale Police Department, Hawthorne Police Department, and a number of others. So the discussion tonight is that staff recommends entering into an agreement with Flock to assist with the police department's drone program and to bring the department's DFR program. The agreement stipulates that Flock Safety will furnish the Lompoc Police Department with 2 DFR 2.0 systems, including hardware and software and services. Hardware includes the 2 M4D series drones, 2 cameras, batteries, and 2 contact charging dock 3s. Software includes remote piloting, air traffic awareness, spectator view, mobile app, flight logging, mission reporting, and community engagement dashboard. Services include the Federal Aviation Administration regulatory services, standard operating procedures, development, training, and ongoing support. Flock 911 Aerodome enables users to access live 911 calls directly within the Flock OS software, delivering real-time situational context that ensures faster, safer, and more efficient responses to calls for service. As explained above, the department needs additional police officers. By no means does DFR replace a needed police officer. It does, however, assist current officers in providing a higher level of service to our community. The department already has a working relationship with Flock Safety and has integrated Flock systems in the department operations with 48 license plate reader Flock cameras plus 2 live cameras and the Flock trailer, which has multiple live and recorded cameras already in use. Flock software and infrastructure are already in place. Using a different vendor for DFR services would require a complete installation of the vendor system with no collaborative ability with the city's existing and standardized Flock systems. The purchase therefore complies with the city's standard exception to competition under LMC 336.040E. Additionally, competition is not required for purchase of software or other intellectual property under LMC 336.040 parent H, parent 3. The drone as first responder is meant to enhance the department's current abilities with Flock. The drone will know the current locations of the existing cameras and will automatically deploy to those locations when certain conditions exist, like stolen vehicles and other emergencies. The drones will respond to theft cameras at the city's electrical yards and retail theft trailer. The drone as first responder is designed as an add-on to the current system that has helped to reduce vehicle theft by almost 40%. The current flock theft cameras have assisted the department in solving multiple theft rings that have recovered over $100,000 in just Lompoc alone. Flock also allows access to other systems in nearby communities. Adding the DFR service with Flock will allow the department to continue to build on its ability to solve crimes within a proven resource. So as an example of the Flock Aerodome DFR response time capabilities, the decision to launch the Flock drone can be made in 3 seconds. The launch speed takes 3 seconds. The drone can reach 51 miles an hour in 35 seconds, and it comes with a 400 times zoom, has night vision, thermal up to a 32 time zoom, and again the 400, which is day or night. So staff recommends the M4TD drones and Dock 3s because the size of the city and the calls for service volume, as well as the fact that the 2 drone docking stations would allow for longer missions and responses to more calls for service. With the drone docking stations, 1 drone can be charged while the second drone is flying a mission. So the fiscal impact, the first year and a half the program costs, fiscal years 25 and 27 will be covered by Vehicle Crime Prevention AB 286 grant funds previously received and currently held as deferred revenues. The current balance in this account is $327,692. The final 6 months of this proposed 2-year contract will occur in fiscal year 27-28, and staff anticipates including the additional $105,000 required for the 6-month portion of the contract with the general fund appropriations in 27-29 budget cycle. The breakdown of the 2-year cost of the drone as first responder program follows. No additional appropriations are needed for this project for fiscal year 2025 through 27. I believe you all have the numbers in front of you. I don't want to bore you with that. So this program is intended to be a 2-year pilot program. Its effectiveness and available budget for it, including the grant-funded CSO position, will be reviewed at the end of the contract term. Based on the evaluation, staff and council will make a determination whether to continue the program as part of the regular operations budget of the police department. Conclusion, the mission of the Lompoc Police Department is to provide effective and professional police services in partnership with the citizens we serve, encouraging mutual respect and innovative problem solving, thereby improving the quality of life and community. The Flock Aerodome, DFR, M4TD, and Dock 3 and Flock 911 for Aerodome system will leverage drone technology to improve the efficiency of police response, enhance officer and community safety, and facilitate more effective de-escalation skills or strategies. It is also in line with the mission statement, innovative problem solving. Drones will be deployed swiftly to assess and monitor incidents, providing crucial information that can help in de-escalating potentially volatile situations. Real-time, actionable intelligence from drone footage ensures that appropriate police resources are dispatched, enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the response. The use of drones minimizes the risk to officers and civilians by providing a preliminary assessment of threats and of dynamic situations. In addition to use during emergency and high-risk incidents, drones can also be used to monitor pre-planned events such as the parades and large holiday gatherings. They can also be utilized to quickly scan and search large areas during pre-planned missions. The annual cost of the drone as first responder system, when compared with the annual cost of the operator officer and the observer officer that it requires to fly the drone, is financially the right thing to do. So I am by no means a subject matter expert on drones. So I have invited 2 employees from Flock to be here. Jake Sherman is the sales manager for Southern California, and Brent Kanda is the senior solution specialist for DFR. I believe they have a short presentation and are available for questions should you have them. Jake, you guys ready?
Chief, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Mayor Mosby, esteemed council, thank you so much for your time. As Chief mentioned, my name is Brett Conda with Flock Safety. And if anybody has any questions at all, feel free to ask at any point here. But as Chief mentioned, we wanted to do a quick presentation to give you a little bit more information about our company and the technology that we build that helps our mission of eliminating crime and creating thriving communities. Flock Safety is about 8 years old. We have a little over 1,000 employees around the country working every day to deploy a range of technologies and ultimately help solve crimes and eliminate crimes through deterrence. If you break down our business into 3 categories, this is what you'll see. We gather evidence, we investigate crime, and we help respond in a more efficient and safe way. Now, what Chief has been mentioning is our Drone as a First Responder program, which you'll see on the right-hand side of the house here. And we're serving communities all around the country. We currently have over 5,000 police departments of all sizes around the country using our technology. And what we're seeing is between a collaboration with private businesses as well as public entities, we are seeing a significant decrease in crime in the communities that we help serve. Now, Chief mentioned this briefly earlier. To know where we are today and where we're going, we'd like to take a quick step back to talk about how have drones been used in public safety historically. Now, we have 2 missions at Flock as it relates to drone as first responder. We want to be the future of air support and democratize access to air support. If you zoom out a little bit and you take a look at the rest of the United States, there's about 2% of police departments and sheriff's offices around the country that have access to a helicopter or a fixed wing aircraft. With the advent of drone as a first responder back in 2018, we are deep believers that this is a technology that in the next 5 to 10 years is going to allow every police department, irregardless of size, as well as sheriff's offices, to have 24/7 air support at a sliver of the price and effectiveness of a traditional helicopter or fixed wing aircraft program. So going back to historical use cases, with drones in public safety, we refer to this as a patrol-led or a trunk-led model. So you can imagine an emergency happens in the city, an incident. What would happen historically is that an officer who's a trained and certified drone pilot would show up on scene. They would have a drone in the back of their vehicle. They would get on scene and they would basically turn into a dedicated drone pilot at that scene. Now, this has proved incredibly valuable across a number of different use cases, which you can see on the screen here. However, as Chief mentioned, it does come with some limitations. We believe that officers should be doing their number one job on a scene. So let's get the drone there first. These are the 4 value propositions of drone as a first responder. We plan on having eyes on scene in a matter of, on average, 86 seconds. Dramatically reducing the response times that the police department is currently experiencing, and frankly, police departments around the country. This is also the ultimate de-escalation tool. Officers that are responding to a scene will now be able to watch the aerial video directly on their mobile phones, on their in-car computers, or frankly, anywhere that they are at that moment. So, in the ability to make a decision and an informed decision with that information at their fingertips is going to lead to safer outcomes for not only the officers, but also your community. And last but not least, this is a full force multiplier for the agency, allowing them to do more with less. And we provide a solution here at Flock Safety. As I mentioned earlier, we focus on providing a number of different pieces of hardware. Historically, our license plate reader business has been the staple of the company. However, now we provide a multitude of sensors as well as software to, again, help solve crime and help close cases much faster throughout the city. Now, I like to highlight very quickly here a video that gives you a quick example of the value of this type of technology. And I'm going to go ahead and play this. This is one of our customers down in the Southern California area, right next to LAX, Hawthorne Police Department. They've been operational with us now for about a year and a half. And what you're going to see in this video is this gentleman had a domestic abuse call. His girlfriend called the police department. The drone arrived on scene in about 45 seconds. Now, what's important about the video that you're currently seeing is that there are 2 young children inside of this house, and you can see the mom right out in front. Now, what our suspect is doing at this moment is burying their gun on the side of the house. Now, as he's doing this, responding officers, again, are watching this exact angle, watching this live video feed on their in-car computers, as well as their phones. And because the drone was there first, they know that there is only one way out of this alley. So when he jumps the fence and attempts to flee, he runs right into the officers. Now, without drone as a first responder, we don't know how long, if ever, it would have taken to recover that weapon on the side of the house. So you can imagine the risk and danger to those young kids inside of the home. With drone as a first responder, those officers were immediately able to locate where that weapon was and also use it for evidence. Now, to quickly show you, Chief mentioned Elk Grove Police Department is another customer right outside of Sacramento. This is an example of the dashboard that I just mentioned. This is designed for transparency. What we really want to focus on here at Flock, in partnership with the city and the police department, is that this is a reactive tool, responding to calls for service. And at all times, you all, as well as the community and the police department, can go onto the Lompoc website and see a success dashboard of the program. So you'll see an agency like Elk Grove Police Department, who's been operational since May of 2024. They've used this technology to respond to over 3,800 calls for service. And it's a fairly large city, but they're averaging 145 seconds in terms of their response times. The drone is on scene 70% of the time. And you'll see an outstanding number here that drone as a first responder has been used to locate over 4,200 subjects in their city. And you can also see what types and how many of those types of calls the agency's been responding to give you a good idea of the types of use cases that this technology is being used for. And last but not least, Chief mentioned this as well, anybody in the city will be able to see the flight path of the drone, the type of incident that that agency was responding to, and a couple other telemetry data points. You can see here, the police department actually, about 45 minutes ago, responded to a robbery with a weapon call. Immediately before that, they responded to a domestic abuse call. And one thing that we like to highlight, and I don't know if this happened today or not, but this should be viewed as a city asset that supports the fire department as well. Our customers around the country respond to structure fires, brush fires, any type of call that the fire department will be responding to. You can see here a great example of the types of calls that we help agencies respond to. And I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
Councilor Starbuck.
You know, Chief, one of the things that it seemed slowed us down a while ago with body cams and dash cams was the amount of storage we had available. That's going to become relevant with this, I'm sure. Are we going to have the storage to keep all the information on these?
Chief, I'm happy to answer that question if you'd like me to.
Please.
Sure. So as part of our offering, we offer unlimited cloud storage. So storage is not something that you all will be charged for and or have to be concerned with. That is an unlimited service offering that we have.
Oh, good. We can tag our other stuff into theirs.
Councilor Ball.
So again, I think it's incredible technology, and there's no arguing that the license plate readers have definitely dropped our car thefts quite a bit. Playing devil's advocate just a little bit, and now again,
Sure.
I appreciate the transparency aspect, where the flights are headed, where they're going, what they're flying over, et cetera. But can you reassure some of the public, you know, are we recording the whole time? Is private folks have to be stressed about a drone flying overhead in ways that they may not have worried about a helicopter? So again, you know, does somebody have to worry about putting on enough clothes to go in the backyard because the drone might be recording? How does that work, and how can there be a balance between, obviously, transparency, but also privacy for those that abide by the law?
Brett, that's
Sure.
on you. Go ahead, Brett.
Sure, and I can start here, Chief, and please feel free to interrupt me, of course. But as part of our thoughtfulness around privacy, number one, as soon as the police department gives the drone the launch command to respond to a call for service, the default setting is that the camera is going to point at the horizon as the drone is flying to that call for service to mitigate exactly the concern that you just brought up. What we do not want is the camera pointed at the ground as it's transiting to the call for service. So that camera will be pointed up at the horizon to ensure it is not looking in anybody's backyard, invading anybody's privacy. Now, in terms of video data retention, what we do is support the existing policy that the agency already has. And as part of our service offering, we also give the agency a number of different SOP and policy templates from agencies around the country who have been using this technology for quite a while. But as a standard, we typically default to the existing video data retention policy that's already in place.
Yeah, so we'll develop a policy that will address that issue specifically, that while the drone is in flight to the location, the camera will not be pointed down until it gets to the area where the incident is occurring, and then it'll be used to identify whatever evidence, suspect information, that kind of thing.
I certainly appreciate that. And again, I think I want us to be as open and transparency about how this gets activated and used in our community. I had one other question, something that kind of excites me. And again, it's not technology that maybe you would want the helicopter more often because of thermal capabilities. So I'd love for you guys maybe to talk a little bit more about that. Now, obviously, the numbers aren't lying here in terms of locating suspects quickly, but maybe as a department, you're understaffed. Where does that thermal thing come in, and how might that be utilized to help?
Well, I think in the situations where we have suspects fleeing the officers and hiding in different areas at night or in the cold, with the thermal option, they're able to identify those heat sources and lead the officers down exactly where the suspect may be hiding. So it's going to be a total game changer when it comes to some of these things like that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
So you already have, I think you used to have 3 drone pilots at PD. So how, granted you have the flock component here, but how is this going to be different than what we already have with drones?
So the drones we currently have were, as explained in the presentation by Brett earlier, were usually they'd get on scene, they'd have to get out, they'd have to fly, maybe have a spotter. This program doesn't require that now with the FAA changes and what the flock will take us through for that certification. And I don't want to take police officers off the street. So the idea was to bring in a community service officer specialist to fly the drone so that our officers are still out there. As I explained, those numbers are down and what we should be at by national average. So this is enhancing our ability to provide the service we needed to provide to the community, but not take the officers off the street.
So how many, currently right now, we're available 24/7 with a drone?
No, not currently. It's
You had one pilot retire, right?
So we had a pilot that did retire. We have 2 pilots available to us right now that are police officers. So the goal would be to launch this project, have a CSO assigned to that role, get certified as a pilot, and then work the peak hours of our busiest times to help us evaluate the program and hopefully be able to continue it if the numbers look good.
So how many hours a day would we go with this program?
I would say that the probably 10 to 12 hours a day, 4 days a week, depending on how it works out with HR. We still have to work out some of those details. We're waiting for the council's position on this. So
being difficulty you've had in staffing positions, how long is it going to take to maybe staff this position?
Well, we're fully staffed on CSOs right now, so.
What was that?
The CSO position is full right now, so that's why we're creating this additional role with the specialty involved. We could consider using officers on off-duty time if they wanted to work some overtime to come in and launch it, but realistically, when we get everything in place, and one of our CSOs has shared interest in potentially taking on this role, but we'd have to get them through the FAA certification to be a pilot.
And the reason why I'm saying this, if it's going to be 6 months before you get a CSO position filled, we're in contract already with Flock. So is there a way we can expedite to get somebody in the position? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, we could bring officers that are already pilots in to do it, but we could also, if one of our current CSOs is serious, and I haven't spoken to him yet, I wanted to wait till the council made their decision, then we can get them into a class and probably get them certified in a matter of weeks.
I think the city has a drone pilot as well. Would you be able to maybe use that gentleman?
Probably not, because they need to be a part of the police department, and I need to have the authority and the policies over them. They need to know the police radio traffic and how we operate, and to make this program really worthwhile.
The reason why I'm saying this is, I think, are we limited how many hours a day with Flock on to use this drone?
No. We have, so the program that we're presenting to you tonight is a two-drone system. So as one drone is up flying, another one is sitting in a bay on the roof of the police department charging. If the call, let's say it turns out to be an assault with a deadly weapon, a suspect flees, they go into a house and become a barricaded suspect, they're going to stay over the top of that residence while the SWAT team's on their way out, whatever is taking place. If that drone starts to lose power, it'll automatically fly back to the department, land in its bay. The pilot can then take the other one out and keep the visual on the residence.
So what is the CSO doing if they're not flying the drone?
They're going to be flying the drone based on the calls for service we established that they'll fly on. As you saw, the case that they showed you from Hawthorne was a domestic violence situation, so it isn't just going to be the one-off shots fired, or there'll be a number of calls, stolen vehicles, those kind of calls.
So you'll have this drone in the air 8 hours a day, then, is that what you're assuming?
It's going to be busy. I would assume it's going to be busy. I couldn't tell you exactly how many hours it'll go.
My suggestion is, if you can get some other guys trained on this, if we're paying 24 hours a day, and we can do this, because you don't want to be in a position when your CSO is somewhere else, and you do need this, or he's off that day, or something happening. So
if the council wants to give me some overtime budget and I can use the existing pilots I have, I'd love that.
you got a lot in there already, I think. But I'm just saying is, let's make sure that you get full advantage of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Should we approve this? I'd hate to have an incident happening and the CSO's not available, and we're sitting here with egg on our face because we can't launch the drone.
I obviously don't have a crystal ball in front of me, but I would tell you that looking at the success of the programs nationally and internationally, when they do these programs, the program expands because of the value. They realize that, okay, we need more staff, so they end up becoming full-time drones on many, many calls. And there's a real movement in public safety right now for real-time crime centers. And the real-time crime centers are really, really engaging with the drones to be able to give that actionable intelligence. And much like Brett described, we are going to make it available, obviously, to the fire department on any of their fire calls. When we get a drone up over the top of a house on fire, we can send that link to one of the battalion chiefs, and they can see it on their screen and know what they're dealing with before they even arrive. So there's going to be plenty of use for it, and I expect that we'll be coming back to the council saying, hey, we really need to expand this program. We need some additional bodies.
Well, my suggestion is make sure the drone pilots you got now are trained to use this as well. So
they will be. That's part of the package.
You don't only want one person to be able to fly
especially
when that fire happens and everybody's gone.
Chief, I can also, add some additional color there. The biggest difference between what's historically been done, where if you think about a drone pilot, that pilot is physically at that scene, holding a remote controller, viewing the drone, seeing the drone. Now, this is one of the biggest value propositions of drone as a first responder. I can simply be on my laptop at home. I can be on my mobile phone, and I can fly an entire DFR mission directly through my laptop or my mobile phone. So in terms of being physically on site or at the police department, that is no longer a requirement to be able to fly and respond to a call for service. you are able to do that from, as maybe an overtime officer or somebody separate, not physically at the police department. So the availability is really just a phone call away to that drone operator. They could be in their bed at their house, jump on their laptop and fly an entire mission, or be, frankly, again, anywhere. And you have the ability to actually fly completely from our mobile app. So that is a big part in terms of having a pilot and a drone available at all times to be able to respond to a critical incident.
Yeah, and I think we would build our policy to address that, so that if we had a SWAT call out and somebody, one of the drone pilots wasn't actually working, they could log in and fly it from their residence if they needed to, if it was that urgent, if they couldn't get to the station. So we'll adjust and adapt as needed in our policy to address some of those concerns.
Councilmember Bridge.
I had several questions. Some of them probably are below the level of what's needed, but are the ISOs or ICOs always engaged on the drone, or do they auto fly at all?
Right.
Good question. So, per the FAA, there always has to be a human that gives the drone the launch command as well as the land command. However, the way that our technology works is we will be integrated with your existing LPR cameras. We will be integrated with the computer-aided dispatch system of the police department, allowing for a single click of a button to autonomously fly to that location. Now, that operator can at all times take manual control. So the short answer is it's a combination of automated flight as well as manual flight.
Are any of the programs using dispatchers to automate the takeoff command?
Very few. Dispatchers are very, very busy. Typically, it is somebody with a drone background, usually an existing drone pilot that we see, potentially a reserve officer or a recently retired officer, but very rarely do we see dispatch being the drone as a first responder operator.
And it sounded kind of like you were describing a network system. Do the drones communicate with each other?
They communicate with each other in the sense that they know where they are so they don't hit each other.
Okay. And if your plan is to have one in reserve, so to speak, on the battery, and what if you wanted to have a third one? What would be the approximate cost of having a third one, so when one goes down, you still have a fleet of two?
$100,000.
Each drone is $100,000?
Well, actually, Brett, you may want to.
Each system individually is 50,000. So that's where the police department is proposing two currently, allowing for 100% uptime and availability. If the city did want to adopt one more, it'd be an additional $50,000. But that is not just the drone and the docking station. That is also our software and our services. We operate as a subscription business, as a service. So that is an all-encompassing number of software, hardware, as well as services.
So if a drone gets shot down, it's $50,000 to replace that drone?
No, you are fully covered by a warranty. If that were to happen, first, it's a federal offense to shoot down a drone, number one. But number two, that would be covered under warranty, and we would overnight the police department a brand new system, free of charge.
And to your question, Councilmember Bridge, I think what we've designed here, working directly with Flock, is a great way for us to evaluate this program and how it can work for this community and how it will work into the future, right? This kind of technology really adds the ability for us to have a helicopter without paying for the helicopter.
Yeah, no, I understand the attractiveness of I was just trying to get my head around how much, a year from now when we want to continue, but one of the drones has reached the end of its lifespan, what it's going to cost to replace a drone. And, of course, nobody wants to talk about accidents, but does our insurance cover drones flying over the city if one of them fails?
That's a question we'll have to look into.
Okay. Because, I mean, Murphy still exists.
And that is, we also carry a very, very comprehensive insurance plan on our side of the house to help address concerns like that. And we can help consult to the police department in the city in terms of the proper insurance policies to hold in case, anything were to happen.
So my last question, you talked about thermal, which is cool, but do they have night vision or are they just thermal?
They do have night vision. Yeah. And I worked at FLIR for a very long time. I'm a big fan of thermal imaging, but what thermal imaging does not allow you to do at night is to, for example, read a license plate of a stolen vehicle. Or if you are pursuing a suspect, thermal imaging does not allow you to positively ID that suspect and say, for example, that suspect is wearing a green hat and a red hoodie. The night vision camera would allow you to confirm that that is the case. So this drone has a very powerful zoom camera, a high definition thermal camera, as well as night vision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ball.
So just real quickly, so say this gets implemented, stand it up on whatever date, how soon do we start to see that transparency website populated with data? Because I think that's important to see progress and that it's actually starting to work.
Brett, what is your historical experience with that, with new agencies coming on board?
Sure. So as soon as we are on site and conduct training, because we do a very comprehensive 2 to 3 day training with the agency, once the computer-aided dispatch system is integrated into our technology, that community portal will immediately begin to populate. And that computer-aided dispatch integration starts while we are in the planning phase and deploying the actual hardware itself. So, in theory, the day we leave from training, barring any hiccups on the CAD integration, but it is something that we deploy immediately after first successful flight post-training.
Good. Councilmember Vega.
Chief, do you guys see in the future that these could possibly be used by traffic control officers also? Is that, right now we're talking about CSOs, but I mean, is the possibility there someday where someone can click a picture such as a red light or something and somebody that, or you don't foresee that?
I don't foresee that, and I'll tell you why. You're spending a heck of a lot of money to enforce an infraction, not even a violation of the law.
And I know the percentages.
But you can apply it towards stolen vehicle investigations, those type of things. So again, with the work that Flock has put into it on their end and the templates that they've given us, once you approve, if we're going to move forward, we'll do the time and look at the policy and build the policy out to address certain questions and issues that the public may have. But initially, I think we're really looking at anything that's a crime is what we're most concerned about.
Is the grant or the monies that are available for the new CSO, they're not contingent on being a drone pilot, are they?
No.
Okay, so we would gain a CSO either way, one way or another, right?
Well, we're going to need one to get the program moving forward, so I don't take just cops off the streets.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we open to public comment? No. Public comment. On the drone, public comment on the drone. Come on up to the microphone, public comment on the drone.
Council, here we go. It's 11 square miles, is that correct?
Deliver as is.
Go ahead.
Council members In a town of roughly 11 square miles, a 2-drone program, one flying, one charging, increases effective law enforcement coverage by 100% to 400%, depending on the situation. That's not theoretical, it's operational. A single drone provides rapid citywide visibility in minutes, something ground units cannot do without multiple officers, vehicles, and time. In real terms, routine incidents to 100 to 150% coverage boost, active calls, perimeters, 150 to 250% boost, search, riverbed, night operations, 300 to 400% boost. We routinely have 200 plus people in the riverbed and open terrain areas. Those environments are difficult, dangerous, and slow to patrol on foot. In those cases, a drone is not a luxury. It is priceless. Eyes before boots, thermal visibility at night, fewer blind encounters, faster medical and safety response. Cost reality, $100,000 total for 2 drones is effectively $50,000 per unit, enabling continuous coverage. This does not replace officers. It multiplies their effectiveness, reduces risk, and lowers downstream costs like overtime, pursuits, and air support. Bottom line, this is not surveillance expansion. This is a safety, efficiency, and risk reduction tool that gives us small city, big city capabilities without increasing headcount. If you want, I can compress this into a 60-second spoken version or a single slide with 1 graphic and 3 numbers.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Kathy Howard, a resident of Lompoc, and I come from the era of Big Brother, and this is starting to sound suspiciously like that. What are the safeguards that they won't be used to spy on people or make a case against people? And is there sort of an ethical oversight of this kind of program? Because it is, in essence, spying on people, our residents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danny Diaz. I just wanted to go ahead and read the Fourth Amendment real quick. So the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Basically, I think, as the lady just before me just mentioned, I think this is over-invasive. And then another problem is that the gentleman that was speaking, what if the drone is hacked? Obviously, he mentioned that the drone is going to be facing forward, not seeing people. But let's say if somebody hacks the drone, they can do whatever they want with the drone. They can get in the drone and go anywhere they want. So that's one of my concerns. I don't agree with this. If you understand, there's a lot of cities that do have this, but there's also people that go rogue in the departments and use this as they take advantage of this, and they use it in a wrong direction. Sorry for my voice, I'm a little nervous here, but so I don't agree with this over invasion of privacy. That's how I see this, and everybody on YouTube and TV seeing this, I think some of you will agree with this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Public comment on drones?
Hi, I just want to comment a little bit on the software as a service part of this. A lot of times they'll come in and say, oh, hey, I got a $50,000 drone this year. Next year it's 60, 75, 100. And then all of a sudden we have this ingrained thing that ends up becoming this large expense that's really hard to separate yourself from. You know, anyone who's heard the word it's a bad word, but you'd say NS-ification, you know, around a lot of things like Uber. You have, oh, look, it's $8 to go down the street, and now it's, you know, $30 to go down the street, and it just keeps increasing, and things get worse, and over time, service levels decrease. That's the only thing I have to say. I mean, it is a little dystopian. I agree with that guy. But at the same time, you know, you guys know what's best for you, but just watch the costs on this kind of thing. Thank you.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. My main concern would be that of security. I'm certain that this company does its due diligence and has top-level security, but there have been security specialists that have very easily, in the past, been able to get into their system. It's documented, it's proven, so we just want to make certain that any of the instances that were shown or weak points previously would be addressed, and we'd make sure that this was a secure system. It's one thing to have a minor breach of some sort because of the Wi-Fi system on the flock cameras that are the license plate readers with relatively benign information, but once you put a drone in the air, that's a much more significant concern. And nowadays you can buy a pretty cheap drone gun from China and get it shipped over. So I mean, there's still some issues to be cautious of and aware of, and I'm sure they've addressed all of them. I was one of the first persons that advocated some of the cameras in some of the other areas, and I don't like the idea of having it, but it's an unfortunate reality that in today's time it is a beneficial thing for the community. I was just in Los Angeles a few months ago getting a tux for my daughter's wedding, and we got caught in a high-speed chase. I couldn't help to see that helicopter running all around in that area where there was lots of large high-rise buildings. Probably would have been a lot more effective with a smaller drone and maybe multiple ones and safer. But whatever we need to do to heighten the security for the town overall, I think outweighs maybe some of the negative. Thank you.
I would ask if the footage from these drones is going to be subpoenable and used in the court to prosecute people. Because if it is, and according to what this company says about the cloud storage, it seems like it would be a solution to what Judge Karen O'Neill in Division 3 over in Santa Maria was mentioning a couple months ago, that she was having problems with body cam and vehicle cam footage ending up in court to prosecute people. So seems like it might be a solution if it was going to be available for the courts.
Anybody else before we close public comment? Seeing nobody else rise, we'll close public comment. Bring back to the council. So a couple of quick questions for you, Chief. So currently, we're already using drones, right? So how are we aligning with some of the concerns they had with Fourth Amendment and illegal search and everything else? How are we already doing this currently?
Well, the current drone program typically is that the drone will respond to the call or the incident. It's not flown remotely. So it's only used when it's warranted, and our policies address everything that everybody's been concerned about. So we're going to enhance the policy based on the templates that we're getting from other agencies and what they've experienced to make sure we address all those concerns.
And you'll be filing, there is a flight pattern, I assume, that happens. It's all on record where you guys have been with this, right?
The transparency page will show every path that we fly it on, when, and what type of call it was dispatched to.
Okay. So another question that I had in there. I mean, it's not, I know when drones started gaining popularity, there were significant concerns because of the presumption of privacy behind your fence. And granted, at some time when the drone's going up, but currently right now in the city of Lompoc, what is our drone policy for the average person to be launching a drone and cruising around? Is there a policy out right now?
Well, there are some conditions that the pilots must use. If you're a recreational pilot, you don't have to follow the FAA licensing requirements, but if you're using a drone for business purposes, then you have to go through that process to get licensed, and you have to follow all the rules that the FAA places on it.
Do we have anything special we'll have to do? I know there was some discussion in here about flying around the airport? Do we have to file, as we have to do, as a commercial drone pilot has to do to cross a highway, to cross into airport land? Do we have to file something with anybody?
I'll ask Brett to comment on that if he's available.
Sure. So, in terms of coordination with the airport, part of the technology is bringing in all of the FAA data that they publish on a daily basis. That means there are already what we call FAA grid squares, meaning every city in America has predetermined altitudes that drones are able to fly at, and you have to stay below that ceiling. So that information comes into our system, and there are already certain areas around airports that are what we call zero grid airspace, meaning the drone cannot fly there anyways. Now, it is also illegal to transit around an airport, but as long as that operator adheres to the existing grid squares, that is within FAA confines and illegal.
Have you had a chance to review what our grid squares around our airport? Because Lompoc is 2 miles by 2 miles, so did this wipe out half the town here already?
We have had a chance to take a look at it, yes. And this is also something that is part of the services. We will meet with the airport to let them know what the department is doing. And not to mention, part of the technology is bringing in all of the aviation activity that's coming in and out of the airport into our technology so that we are able to deconflict with low-flying fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters. That comes into the technology so the drone operator at all times is aware of what's happening in the airspace. And the core areas of Lompoc are what we call uncontrolled airspace, class Gulf airspace. There are no restrictions in terms of, flying around the airport because of the type of airport that it actually is. So this is something that we analyze in a very deep fashion before deploying the technology.
So I know commercial drone pilots currently right now have to file a plan and wait to hear. So this is exempt from the conventional commercial drone pilot?
So there are two buckets of drone operations as it pertains to the FAA. There are commercial, what we call Part 107 operations, which fall under a specific bucket of regulations that the operator has to adhere to. And for public safety, for example, they fall under what we call Part 91 as a public aircraft operation. And drone as a first responder agencies adhere to Part 91 regulations. And so those protocols are already in place. So the agency does not have to wait for any type of approval to respond to a call for service.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, just a couple questions for Brett, and Chief, chime in if you want. And again, I'd like to thank the public for, again, great comments, lots of good questions, and I'd like to throw those back at you, Brett, first off to answer. Let's start with, and I'm going to rattle through these, and you can go at them as you wish, but you heard somebody bring up the Fourth Amendment. I'd love for you to just talk about, I'm sure this is not the first time that you've been challenged about constitutionality or rights and et cetera. And then the second and third question, these are super quick, hopefully, but when's the last time someone's hacked your drone and flown off with it? And I'd also like to know when the last time, if at all, someone's used a drone gun to take down one of your drones.
Did you say a drone gun?
Yes, sir. That was mentioned in the comments, so.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
sure. Chief, let me know which one of those you'd like me to take.
Get started.
You get
It's
them all.
yours.
You get them all.
Sure. In terms of privacy, what we like to really focus on, and again, this is very much a reactive tool. The drone is sitting in its docking station at its launch point until a member of the community calls 911, in which at that point, that is when the drone is launched. The drone is not in the air in a proactive fashion, actively looking for activity within the city. So this is a reactive tool with very, very strict safeguards around it, not only in the technology, but also from an SOP perspective for the agency. Now, in terms of, has this drone been hacked? It has never been hacked. We have a long list of cybersecurity protocols that we go through, and also third-party cybersecurity audits. We operate within AWS GovCloud. This is a FedRAMP technology. It has never been hacked. And again, we take cybersecurity very, very seriously. Our website lists all of the cybersecurity requirements that we adhere to, as well as the protocols that we've taken internally here at Flock. Now, in terms of has a drone ever been shot? I don't know what a drone gun necessarily means. Is that like a weapon and someone shoots at the drone?
It's news to me too, but yeah.
I think it's.
I'm not sure. I want to make sure I address that question properly because I'm not necessarily sure what a drone gun is
Well,
referring to.
let me rephrase the question just to make it easier. Are there concerns that there are alternative technologies that could be used against these drones? And let's go there.
Well, they have like the
Sure.
EMP pulse guns and stuff like that.
Understood. So it is a FAA federal offense to manipulate the flight of any aircraft, and that includes drones. So whether it is a piloted helicopter or a fixed wing aircraft, if somebody makes any attempt to manipulate the flight of that aircraft, it is a federal offense. There are technologies within the Defense Department, which is a completely different use case, different legal framework. However, today it is federally illegal to do anything like that. There are technologies to detect where drones are flying, and that is for deconfliction and safety. But no, our drones have not been shot at, and that is very much a federal offense under the FAA.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then, Chief, one last question, just because it was raised. Again, it was mentioned, what happens or what might we do to prevent someone within the department deciding to go rogue or use it for their own benefit or create a case against someone, et cetera?
Well, again, if that was to be the case, then we would initiate an administrative investigation into the actions of that person, whether sworn or not, and if we found that they are in violation of any policies and laws for that matter, then they would be dealt with appropriately.
Any other questions? No, it's not. They're talking about taking them down, but anyhow. He answered the question, he's got it. No, we're good. Public comment. So, if anybody else, I would make the motion to approve as such, but I would like to see that there's a 2-year limit on this, meaning that they are gonna have to come back and renew anyways. And that way it should give time to see if the valuation, modification, change. But when this funding is over as written here, because it's open-ended in item number 2, it says general fund thereafter, but have it limited at date certain, the 2-year, and which probably gives you a little time because you still have to coordinate to get somebody on there as well, right? You got a head nod? Are we good? Do you understand what my motion is?
So you would want, you would want this item to come back for the council to review before we have the deadline to decide whether to renew for another 2 years?
Yeah, if they want to extend this, the future council can go with that. Gives them 2 years to feel it out. Gives 2 years to see what the value is. It is, as stated by the chief, $320,000 grant funded through AB 286. So I think it's worth the experiment to see what's going on, but it gives a 2-year on it. Let the future council figure out what they want to do. That would be my motion. And is seconded by Councilmember Ball, so let's go ahead and vote. And it passes 5-0. Thank you, guys, down in Cyberland, wherever they are. And see how it works for you. Item number 14, response letter to local agency formation commission regarding the sphere of influence. Who's up? Lori? Lori Tamura, contract planner.
Good evening, Lori Tamura, contract planner with the City of Lompoc, here tonight to present a letter that we would like to have the city council review and approve with authorizing the signature by the city manager to LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, outlining the desire of the city of Lompoc to analyze and expand their sphere of influence. Over the last couple of months, there's been quite a dialogue with the city council in different forms. We go all the way back to the ad hoc committee's comments, and then the work that the mayor has done with LAFCO. In September 4th, LAFCO reviewed the report on establishing spheres of influence for local government agencies. That report was brought forth from to the City Council on October 21st. City Council directed staff to prepare a letter to LAFCO. Ironically, on October 28th, LAFCO itself had sent an email to us asking a number of questions about our plans for our sphere of influence. And so we prepared a letter that responded to LAFCO's comments and the questions that they raised, and identifying the need for the city to be looking forward to expanding their sphere of influence. Our presentation tonight includes the definition of the sphere, what a sphere of influence is, as well as what annexations are. The sphere establishes the outside probable development of the city. Annexations are moving into that area and slowly annexing in properties, or actually doing a sphere of influence boundary and annexing the whole thing at one time. Either one of those steps does require environmental review and public hearings, and we go through that process just like we would do with the update of the general plan, which is another item that will be coming before the city council here in the next couple of weeks. If you could go to the next slide. Areas of sphere of influence that the city is looking at considering was presented to your the city council last meeting. We have an updated illustration of that for your consideration. These are areas that were discussed, and I think this new map shows it a little bit clearer. So if you could move on, please. On the west side, there are several spots that we'd like to see considered for the annexation. This map will be provided to LAFCO when we submit this letter. There's the area called Bailey Corridor, of which the Bodger Meadows project is part of. That's about 270 acres. There's also a portion of land called Floridale and Central. That's about 180 acres. Next slide. The Bailey Corridor specific plan has been brought forth to the city on a number of occasions. This illustration was one that was submitted in 2007, ultimately withdrawn by the applicant in 2010. As you may recall, that period of time was the Great Recession, and moving forward, the project of this magnitude just wasn't in the cards. Next slide. We do have going on right now is about a 50-acre piece of that property called Bodger Meadows. This is an SB 330 application that was filed with the County of Santa Barbara. Consists of about 340 units, combination of single-family lots and apartments. This project is currently being processed by the County of Santa Barbara. We are a responsible agency because of the need for water and sewer service, as well as access on the surrounding public roads. One of the conditions of the approval of this project is ultimate annexation to the city of Lompoc. So you can see in the illustrations that just were before this, you got areas that are becoming smaller and smaller, and this one is one of those pieces. Next slide. At one of the previous city council meetings, there was a discussion about what about going north and including areas that are currently providing or getting service from the city of Santa Maria. I mean Lompoc, sorry. So we have included in our letter to LAFCO the areas of Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, Mesa Oaks. Vandenberg Village currently is receiving services for wastewater treatment to the wastewater plant. And there are provisions for portions of Mission Hills to be conveying wastewater as part of the Burton Ranch project. So there's, as we go through this process, we'll analyze whether both of those areas should be coming into the city's sphere of influence and ultimate annexation. Next slide. There is a portion of Megalito Canyon that has portions are in the city's sphere of influence, urban limit line. We want to make that official by including it in the sphere of influence and ultimate annexation. Next slide. And then these are portions of lands that are identified in our urban sphere, and we'd like to see those lands analyzed to brought into the sphere of influence and ultimate annexation. Go ahead. So tonight we do have the letter that's attached to the staff report. We would look forward to comments from the city council and the public, and then the action would be to authorize the city manager to sign the letter with the exhibits that were attached and forward onto LAFCO. I'm available for any questions, and we have the rest of the team here also.
If you go back to slide 9, please. So I think a qualification that needs to be there, it's, and I don't believe that anybody's got an agreement with Mission Hills to provide wastewater for Mission Hills. I think it's, what it was the area at Burton Ranch that was going to be going to Mission Hills, the sewer, is now coming to the city. So
Okay.
just to qualify that, so we don't scare people. I don't think, unless, is there anything that I don't know about? Nope, that's a head no, no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I
Got
think
it.
it's important to have that qualifier. The reason, correct me if I'm wrong, because at the last LAFCO meeting, there was actually a little hiccup scare that was out there when I find out that LAFCO hadn't recognized our utility services that we're providing outside area and was not willing to put amendments that we had in our plan that we tried to move forward with, because they didn't know exactly, and so it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2001, services prior to 2001, we didn't have to get permission from LAFCO to provide those services? Is that correct?
So the conversation that occurred at the last LAFCO meeting was in regards to the LAFCO staff understanding that Vandenberg Village wastewater is conveyed to the city of Santa Maria, or
Lompoc.
city of Lompoc, sorry, which is an outside users arrangement. And so the staff was raised the eyebrow and said, well, you don't have an outside users agreement. You also don't have one to serve parts of the Space Force base. Research over the course of the last couple of days indicated that both of those agreements were in the 70s, and the effluent has been conveyed to the city. Since that time, the law that was researched by the city attorney came into, identified any agreement before 2001 was grandfathered in. And so we will relay that information to LAFCO for those items. And if we come across some other arrangements that have been done prior to 2001, we'll also convey that to the LAFCO staff.
Yeah, clean up some housekeeping there, so that's some good news. Okay, Councilmember Starbuck.
Thank you. A couple of questions. On this letter here, we'll go to page 2, and down here it says, based on the denial of the Bailey Avenue sphere of influence. Well, later on, it talks about this grant, and it says the grant was awarded to LAFCO in October. LAFCO staff is reviewing in the final terms before beginning this 2-year study. So it's going to take them 2 years to figure this out, and just across the page from it, they've been reviewing it for 20 years. So why are we asking them for a 2-year study? Why don't we just say, you've had it for 20 years?
Well, there's a couple of different studies we're talking about here. The first one is in regards to the Bailey corridor, and there's been several applications over the years filed. Some of them did have some environmental review.
Well, it's based on the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation, so I'm going to assume Bailey Corridor or Floridale Central out there. But it talks about over here also. That's the one that's been in talks for 20-some years. There used to be areas, and
So
is there a
again,
way we could word it where we don't need to give them 2 years?
So what is going to be happening is LAFCO got a grant to do a study of the whole county. And that SALC grant is the one that they envisioned going on for 2 years. Coming up with policies on how cities can grow in Santa Barbara County while respecting prime agricultural lands or surrounding lands. So there's a bigger picture here. The second part of this is that the city of Lompoc is looking to update their land use elements that include studying all of these sphere boundary adjustments that we've just identified and bringing forth applications for sphere boundary adjustments and annexations with the new environmental document. And
So you're basically, I guess, 10 years of this or 15 years of this, 20 years could have been written off because we didn't have a general plan?
We had a
Not until 2011.
nomenclature that was not correct. It said rural or urban limit line, not sphere of influence. And
All right.
that's where the terminology has
Failed.
led people to come to the wrong conclusion, and now we got to rectify that.
Yeah, one thing about the county, I'm glad that you mentioned that, say we are able to annex the Bailey Meadows, are we going to be in some kind of a tax sharing agreement with the county?
For the Badger Meadows project?
Anywhere we annex?
Yes. As a requirement of annexation, you do have to go through a tax exchange agreement between the city and the county for public services. And that can include looking at property tax. It could be sales tax.
That's what's
share.
happened before, was that we've lost a portion of our sales tax. I mean, I guess the axiom that cities grow and counties get smaller isn't true with this county then. They're still getting money out of us no matter what. Whatever we expand, they're still gonna get a tax share out of it.
Right.
So it's, well, we'll go to the sphere of influence policies here on the other ladder, and it would be the item number 10, agricultural resources and support. And it makes a big statement in here, high-value agricultural areas and everything else that we fight with South County about. I'd like to really know the honest truth on how is it that Enos Ranch is developed? How is Santa Maria able to cross the 101, a physical boundary with annexation? Now, how is everybody else around here, Guadalupe and Primag, able to do this with hundreds of acres, and we're asking for 6% of the whole end of the valley, and it's been going on, well, 20 years.
And both of those examples of the city of Santa Maria and the city of Guadalupe, those annexations that were done started in 1989, and it took 4 years to analyze both of those cities. And this LAFCO granted those annexations, realizing that they were going to impact prime agricultural land. So that's the effort that we are going to move forward with
It's
the
crazy, because
updates.
we started back at the same time.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you.
Actually, it was anticipated in 58, 59. That's why the sewer assessment went down Bailey Avenue, so we've been over 60 years. Yeah, we've been over 60 years on that directly. Councilmember Vega.
Lori, thank you for all your efforts. Can you kind of streamline the process here as far as where we're at right now? We have a lot of people that are here in the development stages and everything. It seems like according to other people that are just listening, it seems like we're going back and forth for many, many years, and I think you would probably agree. I mean, the dance that's happening right now because of the sphere of influence not being solidified and LAFCO actually pointing that out, which is basically the reason they're not moving forward with any kind of decision-making. This letter, the impact of a letter, can you kind of give me your synopsis of what that means? Or is it kind of a waste of time? Because, it seems like we're writing letters and we're not making the headway to get a decision from them. So are we trying to ask them nicely to please consider this regardless of what's happening? Because it's been years now, So maybe you could just kind of give me a quick synopsis so people that aren't listening to the meetings all the time can kind of know timeline-wise, what are we looking at? Just to get a decision.
So thank you for that question. The effort that's going on right now with LAFCO is to clean up the records
Okay.
of all of the jurisdictions. Some of the jurisdictions in the county are currently spending $1 million, $2 million on their update to their general plans and their sphere boundaries and their annexations. City of Santa Maria has been going on for 4 or 5 years now. Hopefully in 2026, they will have completed their effort. LAFCO is looking at each jurisdiction to say, stake your claim. What do you want for the future of your city? And the letter is identifying the fact that we know we need to do something. We have identified areas that we think are legitimately should be in the city, and we are going to move forward and study those areas with a new environmental impact report and general plan, and come forth to the LAFCO and to the city and to the county and say these are the areas that we believe the city of Lompoc should be moving forward with and grow. Concurrently with that is this new grant that the LAFCO received for $500,000 to study all of the agricultural land in the county to say what lands along urban areas could be identified for future annexation, and what memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement can all of the cities and the county come forward with and say, okay, we will agree that there are lands that can be identified and ultimately annexed into cities as they grow over the next 25, 30, 50 years. So those two efforts are going on simultaneously.
So there won't be a decision on Bodger Meadows until all this information is gathered. So basically, before it looked like it was moving forward at a faster speed, and then all of a sudden, this came up, from my understanding. And even though they're doing the tax sharing, some sort of a negotiation between the county before they'll allow any kind of annexation, they want the sphere of influence to be solidified, and they want us to basically tell us what we want and what our future plans are. Is that what I'm understanding right now? Because there's kind of a hitch in it, and the laws have changed, which all the cities are being held to the same standard? Or not?
That is a good summation of the situation.
Okay.
In regards to Bodger Meadows, that application for the SB 330 application has gone through 4 reviews by the county. They may be close to being called complete for processing, and then that individual project needs to have its own environmental review.
Gotcha.
So it's going to be running concurrently with all these other efforts that we're doing for long-range planning.
And I appreciate all the work being done. I just want people to know that basically LAFCO has the final say. No matter what we do, they can still say no.
And I do believe that through the communication with LAFCO over this last year, you're the representative of the mayor on LAFCO, I believe that the LAFCO commission as well as the staff realize that LAFCO's serious about moving forward with these requests.
Gotcha, and I thank you very much. It's just, I'm pretty grateful that you guys are here as consultants and doing your work that you do. It just seems like, we've been going back and forth so many years. It seems like we're talking about the same thing over and over again. We're jumping through another hill, through a hula hoop, we're diving through water, and we're being dragged through mud before we can get a decision. I understand the positive move forward, but it's taken a long time, but thank you.
Let me answer a couple of questions that Councilmember Vega had. So what it is, Councilmember Vega, is once every 5 years, LAFCO makes the request for us to, if we want to move our SOIs, we make that recommendation. So I was astonished that we hadn't been doing this. So we were led to believe over the years that we were doing this. We were led to believe that our urban limit line had been ratified by LAFCO. Wasn't. So when we went over and tried to request an annexation, they said, hey, you guys got to go A, B, C, D, F, G, and we hadn't. So understanding being on the LAFCO for almost a year now, in seeing the alignment and the rules that we weren't following before, and we are following it now. So that's why we're making the recommendations based on how other cities are getting their SOIs moved, meaning like utilities are there, well, you should try your influence at some level in the line in the sand and lining these things up. So likewise with the RENA numbers, the new regional housing needs analysis numbers, and the mandate for all this housing that hasn't been built in this county also gives us an advantage as they are using and setting precedents in Goleta area and Santa Barbara area and in Richards Ranch and Santa Maria. They're allowing certain things to happen that they might not have allowed before. So asking us to align like they allowed other land, and the willingness, as an example of a farmer to farm, is also now whether prime ag is a priority, like the level had before. They used that on one of the parcels down in Goleta, the county did. So there's other avenues that they're opening up and to allow because of the state mandates for the housing shortage. So we're not just going around in circles. We were before. We're not now.
And I appreciate your explanation for the public, because there's many people that have asked me in the real estate world, in the developer world, because if you notice that we had urban limit line that wasn't submitted properly to solidify and be legally adopted so that LAFCO can look at us as a legal entity, and the sphere of influence, which was never done, I don't believe. Was it ever done properly? But I wanted people to understand that I mentioned the word redundant and going back and forth, but it seems like things are in a better spot now, a better place now. The only issue that I have is there's people like the Bodger family and people like that, this is a big deal for people like that are looking for developing, as we've had the Burton Ranch project, never has come to fruition, and people are probably moving on. I'm not sure with that project, but people don't live forever. So what I'm saying, it's affecting people that kind of oversight. So people can understand that we would have moved forward and gotten it more solidified, but they came up and found out that, hey, you haven't done your part. So now I appreciate the fact that you're attending these LAFCO meetings personally and bringing back good information that we would never have had, and it would all have been secondhand news. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Come back and give book reports after every meeting. Councilmember Bridge.
Well, I enjoyed reading the letter. I'm a little more pragmatic, and I too have heard about this for years. And what I think happens is the people that are interested move on. They get unelected. And it feels to me what perhaps when you come back with the general plan in a couple weeks, it would be extremely valuable to have a 1 or 2 page Gantt chart that has all of these elements in that we have to do. I heard at least a half a dozen here in the last 5 minutes, and I'm sure we're missing some. And actually have it come back on a quarterly basis or whatever is the appropriate frequency. Where are we at on this plan? Did we complete this piece? I imagine we're going to divide those various elements into component studies and move towards annexation steps, or at least sphere of influence steps. So I guess I could make a motion to have that chart developed.
We've got public comment first.
Okay.
Any other questions? See none, you get a little break. Let's open up to public comment. Go ahead, sit down, Lori, for a little bit. What's that? Oh, did you want to come? We were going to public comment. We'll bring you back up. Public comment on the item number 14.
This is an extremely important item. I'm glad to see that the mayor's putting in extra time to make sure that we're represented in LAFCO, especially since Salud Carvajal's daughter runs the thing. Okay, so I'm questioning whether the properties at the outside of town by Home Depot, across the street, are we even looking at those? The properties that are abutted by a parcel that was owned by my grandfather. That whole area has been already raked to have development into houses. Did you guys even look at that? To annex it?
It's
Is it
inside city
included?
limits already.
It is already? Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. Yeah, I served on the planning commission 2 different periods of time, and I believe that this is something it's like a never-ending nightmare. You just can't wake up and get out of. I believe it's largely political. There's a reluctance from South County to want to see North County grow. It will create an imbalance in the power structure. Population does that. You get more representatives, you get bigger districts, you get more electeds. That being said, there's also the very powerful ag interest, and most of the agriculture people are my buddies, but there's literature out there between the Environmental Defense Center, the Santa Barbara Action Network, and some other groups, and they talk about these powerful power players and how they've adjusted to protect their interest. Finally, because of the urgent need across the state for housing and the increasing housing costs, they're taking a different perspective on a lot of the previous policies. And what you're starting to see is a rift between what the state demands and what often the local individuals want. And Builder's Remedy in one of our projects was, I don't know if you look at the negative or a positive thing, but we're able to finally build something through the Builder's Remedy because of that differential in what the state's mandating and what often our local municipalities and counties try to do. So don't give up, keep fighting, make sure you get that done. Also of significant importance while you're doing this, if you can dual track, like cleaning up the general plan, because I know when I was on the planning commission, it became an issue always of the excessive shells that were in there that were in excess of what state mandates required. We had put in a lot more ag protections within the general plan that were in excess of the basic items that needed to be addressed by state mandates as one of the general plan elements. So get those cleared up. The other thing that's going to prevent you also is each and every time you speak to people that are trying to do the protectionism is that we have sufficient area in town. And I think most of us all know that a lot of the sites that you've chosen in the RENA numbers, they need to be cleaned up. They're not economically viable sites. And what's going to happen by default after 2 cycles, you're going to get ugly developments from somebody coming in and putting ugly things in places where we don't want them. So clean up your RENA sites so that they accurately reflect housing potential, and clean up the general plan elements and mandates. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing nobody else rise, bring it back to the council. Did you have something you wanted to discuss, Councilmember Bridge?
Yes. Perhaps Lori wants to come back up. So communicate. So I'd like to make a motion that when you come back with the general plan, that we have 1 or 2 page Gantt chart that has timelines on it to show all the elements that have to be accomplished as best you can. So we don't lose them and we can track them as a community, and that plan comes back on I'll start with quarterly basis, so we can review the progress and determine if items need to be added or how we're doing. So if I can get concurrence from the council on that, I'd make that motion.
So if you'd let me add something too, we can do all in one, I think, because I think a quarterly review is great, but I think we could go ahead and approve the letter as.
Sure, and we approve of the letter for release.
And I just want to make one modification that, in understanding with LAFCO and getting it, I mean, one of our objectives is see if they'll say yes or no to these and to get things lined up. We have a lot of legitimate reasons why our sphere of influence line need to align this, but one as an example is if we just ask for the whole Bailey corridor, they very well could say no to the whole Bailey corridor. But I think the Bailey corridor should be divided up into 3 requests. One is the Bailey corridor as a whole. One is the property that we align and understand as the Bodger property. And the other one are the 2 parcels to the north that have been tried. One, I think Anadi owned one, and I forget who the other gentleman. But there's logic and reasons why those line up and square off the piece. So that would be the only thing. The letter is written with the modification towards the Bailey
Corridor being split.
into 3, so they have to tell us 3 times no. And there's logic for reasons for each one of those to be as individual or as the whole. And I could go in depth if you wanted to understand.
No, I understand what you're trying to do.
All right.
You're also setting it up where perhaps they will
We might get
divide it.
one.
Yeah, they might not.
So the
Yeah.
bullet item on page 2, we will break that up. The first bullet item says the Bailey Corridor, Bodger Meadows. We'll break that up into 3 separate items so that it's.
3 chances.
Yes.
3 bites of the apple. City Attorney, you had something to add?
Maybe staff is clear. I'm just not clear on what the 3 different segments are. I know Bodger is one. And
The
you said the
whole.
northern 2 is the second one, but then what's the third one?
The whole. We try to take it all. If they won't give us it all, then we try to ask for two other parts, which would be the 2 parcels to the north, which we used the same argument before, because both the parcels to the north, they've been wanting to be part of the city. And other logical reasons of squaring it off. The one parcel was already inside the SOI that's to the east of the bite.
illustration-
So there's a lot of logic to doing that, and then, again, doing the whole piece, not just Bodger Meadows, but the whole bite of the apple. And the logic, if you want me to go in depth on that, the logic of that is that the county's gonna want us to take, and they're gonna want their arena numbers. Well, if they're gonna want something, then we want something too in return. Plus, it reduces the agriculture interface by 50% by taking the whole property as opposed to half. There's all the alignments that we could do where we're annexing Bailey Avenue, then it becomes contiguous with the annexation of the city. But there's a lot of methodology that LAFCO's been using, a lot of creative writing, so to say, in the last year. But all that logic that lines up that way.
He's just asking you, what are the 3 parcels?
Is that, we got it?
I understand now, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I accept all those amendments.
So if you make that as onto your motion,
Sure.
and then, so you go back to our motion page.
Yeah, did we get all those elements? Well, they got them.
Okay, so I second your motion. I go to Councilmember Ball for a question, statement, or otherwise?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's too much of a question, just a statement. I've been following this for some time, both as a private citizen and watching, and again, I in some ways share the same frustration of like, hey, it maybe doesn't hurt to ask, would I put money on this being successful? Well, I don't know. We don't have a good track record of chipping away at this, but I just want to make my own comment on where I'm, because I've had a lot of folks talk to me politics and all things about this issue. And I'll probably give some folks heartburn on this, but when it comes down to it, it saddens me that we still are not providing enough housing for our community. And it also saddens me that there's people that live in Lompoc, at least it's on their envelope, and their property taxes just go right to the county. And so that frustrates me that we can't provide a higher level of services, we can't provide a higher quality of life, we can't provide many tiers of affordable to expensive housing options. So for me, I'm fine with this. I honestly don't mind. It's worth a shot. Ultimately, from Sacramento down, the pressure's on. We need housing. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
And to answer you real fast, it's not only for this RENA cycle, but we need to plan ahead for the next RENA cycle, because we had a bad enough time this time. Imagine how much, and they're going to start doing, if we don't meet it, they're going to start demanding. Councilmember Starbuck.
Hey, while we're at it, why don't we annex the base too? Maybe in a few years we could snag them, and we got predetermined boundaries.
I think he was joking.
No, look at my face, I'm serious.
Make your motion to bring that back for another discussion. We don't even have that one on the docket, but look what benefit we got by bringing in prison property. We gained a little bit, but that was all about tobacco tax 50 years ago. All right, there's a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
No, I'm not serious.
Poker face. And that passes 5-0. All right, which one do we want to bring back first? Number 6? Number 6?
You have to do written communication first.
What did you say, Stacy?
You want to bring back written communications?
You have to do written communication first.
Okay, written communications.
So we had 2 written communications for item number 11, and then 4 for just general matters. All of the items were provided to council, to staff, and presented to, on the website, and made copies out in front for the lobby.
And you posted this council meeting last Wednesday, correct? On the city's website, et cetera, if I remember. Right? Because some people are asking, they're thinking they just got a surprise, and we've spawned them onto today, but you went through all.
Right, it was presented, it was posted to the website, posted to the bulletin board, provided to public, and provided to staff as well as council on last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday, so some of the people who were concerned, there are avenues and areas to find out what's going on, and everything was duly processed and posted. So now we go to number 6, right? Is that what you want to do? All right, number 6.
So I want to make sure I understand this. This is a 2-year contract and we're doing the second year.
This is just the request is just to give them an extra month to get their financials audited, since we approved this November 20th, so they hadn't had enough time to get an auditor to go through and do their audit.
This just gives them another month for their financials.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then my questions are moved.
Any other questions? You want to take public comment? I'll fire away on that anyways. For item number 6, approval of First Amendment Agreement with the Lompoc Chamber of Commerce and Business Assistance Services fiscal year 2025-2027. Close public comment, bring back for motion to approve, or whatever you guys want to do. Got a motion by Bridge. What is your motion,
I
Councilman?
make my motion that we approve it as a consent item.
Okay, we're approving it. Motion to approve as written, and we have a second? Seconded by Starbuck, go ahead and vote. Nobody else got lights on? That passes 5-0. All right. So now we're gonna bring back whichever number it was. The SOI, or no, the Lompoc Streetscape Multimodal Improvement Plan. Item number 11. Craig Deerling, come on down.
All right, thanks. And how much presentation or overview do you want on this one?
Why don't you, yeah, give us all, I mean,
Sure.
I'm surprised that it was put in here actually on consent. People want to. Backseat, yeah, go, throw away.
All right.
A lot of people very interested in what's going on here.
Yeah, sounds good. So from, I guess maybe to start off with, this multimodal plan was started with a grant that our previous planning manager secured from the state to prepare this plan. And as with most of the plans discussed in the staff report, from a public works perspective, the primary benefit is bringing in outside funding to construct improvements that are a benefit to the community. So that's the lens from a public works perspective that we're focusing on this. So I understand in the same discussion, some of the things proposed in this plan and possibly in other plans aren't what different people like or want to have constructed, so we can address that also, but just to give you a perspective on where we're coming from in the first place. So with regard to the Lompoc Streetscape Multimodal Improvement Plan, it's a planning study that produced concept-level designs of proposed infrastructure modifications along H Street and Ocean Avenue, so the state highways through the city, primarily focusing on improving safety for bicyclists, pedestrians, as well as beautifying the corridors and including the community to shape the vision, and that was done primarily through the public outreach during the development of the plan. The primary infrastructure improvements the plan proposes are Class 1 bikeways, which are shared use bike pedestrian paths along North H Street and East Ocean Avenue, so east of H Street. Class 4 separated bike lanes on West Ocean Avenue, pedestrian crossing improvements on both streets, both state highways through the city, as well as other beautification and streetscape type improvements.
When was the plan approved?
So it was approved by the City Council and the Planning Commission on July 19th, 2022.
Okay.
And there's a link in the staff report to, there's a dedicated webpage on the city's website for this plan that our previous planning manager put together with a number of links within that page, as well as there's another link in the staff report just below that one to the actions taken, well, the documents posted for the actions taken on July 19th, 2022. So moving on from what the plan is and its adoption, from a implementation perspective or a community benefit perspective, Caltrans was one of the stakeholders in the development of the plan and then moving forward with the plan, given it's their state highways. So relatively soon following the plan, Caltrans began project initiation work toward figuring out what they could implement in what the plan was proposing, primarily with infrastructure improvements, and coordinated with staff about what priorities we saw, what priorities they saw, what would be the biggest benefit that they could approach. Looking at collision data and the absence of connections the north end of H Street, from a staff perspective, seemed like the logical place to begin getting people in and out of the city on the north end, where it's very congested and there really aren't other bicycle facilities or a lot of ped crossing. So Caltrans began there. They did some project initiation work and prepared a study and a funding request for the 2026 SHOP, is the acronym for their funding program. And that project includes Class 1 bikeways, which is a bicycle pedestrian shared path on the west side, so looking north would be the left side of H Street, starting at the Albertson Signal down to North Avenue. So that is currently pending as a SHOP request. Their cost estimate is around $12 million total project cost. That would be from Caltrans funding, not from city funding. And those awards are expected to be announced in March 2026. So in a few more months, we should get word from them as to whether that was funded in this SHOP cycle. There's a couple other plans discussed in the staff report that relate to this plan. One of them is the local road safety plan, and it is a traffic safety planning document that helps the city address its unique roadway safety needs. And it, from an outcome perspective, as it pertains to this multimodal plan, found and presents that North H Street ranked the highest of all streets in the city for collision severity, and that 70% of high severity collisions, which are those resulting in fatality or severe injury within the city, involve pedestrians or bicycles during the term of collisions the plan studied from 2013 through 2022. So the plan then recommended safety improvements in that corridor, which essentially match the safety improvements proposed by the multimodal plan, getting bikes out of the street and improving crossings for pedestrians. The other plan mentioned in this staff report, or discussed in more detail in the staff report, is the pedestrian and bicycle master plan, which was prepared a little earlier than these other two. It was approved on June 3rd, 2020 by the City Council, and it attempted to identify, I guess to briefly characterize it, like the missing infrastructure in the city, missing sidewalks, curb ramps, bike lanes, stuff like that, that was already in the general plan, just wasn't built yet. And the emphasis or the focus of that plan was providing safe routes to school for students. So in our prioritization of projects in the list in the appendix of that plan, routes or infrastructure improvements that helped students get safely to school were ranked higher or had added weight given to them as compared to ones that didn't. So that one does include, so the first two plans I talked about did not include cost estimates within the plan. This one did include planning level cost estimates, so understand these were not full designs and they would need further evaluation to flesh out and confirm feasibility and get a more true estimate, but at least planning level cost estimates were included. When that plan was first brought to the City Council on May 19th, 2020, the Council expressed interest and directed staff to consider some other improvements that were not yet in the circulation element or not yet consistent with the types of routes the circulation element defined. So those improvements are listed both in the Bike and Ped Master Plan. I copied them into the staff report for clarity so you don't have to go read the whole plan to find them. And basically, they're shared bike ped paths on H and Ocean, a bike path to Surf Beach, a bike path to crossing the river anyway. I think the idea was to go to the Mission, but at least across the San Ynez River, that one is now in an existing Caltrans project. There's one to Vanderburg Village. and I think bike lanes on Pine Avenue is the other one. So as a result of that plan, since we still have not added those into the circulation element, well, I should say we haven't approved a circulation element that includes those yet. So there has been work with staff and consultants, and there's been some discussion of additions and revisions to the circulation element, but it isn't complete yet and not approved yet. So those are still not in the circulation element. But in the absence of those being in the circulation element, some of the other improvements proposed by this Bike and Ped Master Plan that were consistent with the circulation element, we have gotten grant funding for, as mentioned in the staff report. We received a $2.8 million grant in Cycle 6 of the California Active Transportation Program that primarily is between Lompoc High School and Lompoc Valley Middle School to improve safe routes to school in that zone. During that grant cycle, Cycle 6, the city competed in the statewide pool of the Active Transportation Program. It's broken up into 3 primary pools. There's a 50% component that's statewide competition, a 40% component that's direct allocation to large metropolitan planning organizations. And as of the 2020 census, SBCAG, our county's metropolitan planning organization, reached a population exceeding 200,000 people, so we're in the large MPO category now. So we no longer compete in the 10% chunk, so we had a 50, a 40, and a 10 that add up to 100% of the ATP program. We no longer compete in the small urban-rural community one that's only 10% of the pot, but now we get a direct allocation from the 40% pot based on population. So we and all the big MPOs across the state just get directly allocated by population their share of 40% of all of the ATP funding. So SBCAG distributed, approved allocation to various agencies last year. For the first iteration of that, it was a little under $3 million, I believe, and a handful of agencies proposed projects. We had just gotten this one, so we didn't sign up for another one yet. Santa Maria got the big chunk for North County. Buellton got, I think, the first chunk, and Santa Maria got the second chunk, but that was the bigger one. And then some South County agencies got their chunk. So that's kind of an overview of how these plans help us to be eligible for funding and how the ATP program is working for us these days.
Which, if you can emphasize, before, it used to be ATP grants used to be around the $8 million mark for projects, 6, 7, 8 million, when we were the big fish in the little pool, and now that we're just in the medium-sized pool and we're the little fish. The ATP grants used to be significantly larger to projects, and they used to award South County, then North County. And we had an opportunity, but unfortunately staff didn't file for it, with ATP grant to put the 12-foot pedestrian bridge across the river. We were the next project in line after the Rincon project down at Carp. But staff didn't want to do the project, so we did apply for the money. But now the game has changed now, so now you have a much smaller number with ATP funding. As you said, 3-point-some odd million, we got 2.1 of it. So ATP, as the executive director, what she is saying from SBCAG, ATP grant funding has completely changed now.
Right, yeah, now we are eligible for our share of 90% rather than our share of 60% of the total ATP pot.
Right.
So instead of 50 plus 10, it's 50 plus 40.
Councilmember Ball, you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple questions. In general, is this plan completely set in stone, or is it still modifiable based on additional community input, even though we've gotten quite a bit of input over some time?
Right, yeah. I would characterize all of these plans as able to be modified. The safety one, the middle one, the local road safety plan, we have a subsequent plan that we plan to start next year that's bigger through a federal grant that will flesh out more of what that one initially looked into. But yeah, I would say all of them are able to be visited and modified. And as well in the staff report, bottom of the, well, near the bottom of the fourth page, second to the last paragraph on the fourth page, it says, generally, the city may pursue and implement infrastructure improvements recommended or included in its general plan circulation element or in other adopted transportation planning studies at the pace it chooses and according to the budget it has available. So I think viewing and handling these plans as opportunities to bring in outside funding is a better position and view or perspective than feeling constrained and confined by them. If we can operate and let all of our documents speak to the fact of flexibility and giving ourselves the liberty to choose what works for us as opposed to feeling like the plan lays out all these improvements and we have to rush to complete them. Our recommendation from a staff level is because our funding is limited, we don't use our limited road funding to go pursue all these things that we could seek grant funding to implement, that instead we prioritize what we want to pursue in grant funding and pursue it based on our priorities.
So let me follow up with that. So if, and we've heard several folks, or I've heard from several folks frustrated potentially about thinking a bike lane will be here and it will change everything. So from my understanding, that could be, we don't necessarily have to go with that, but we still could be open to the idea of improving pedestrian safety, which includes crosswalks or elevated medians and some of the things that other cities do to get that number down from like dramatic fatalities, serious injuries, to get that down. Is that fair to say that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and we also, if there are any parts of any of the plans that propose things that anybody is not in favor of, those can be modified as well. So like the example given in the staff report, the West Ocean Avenue separated bike lanes that were proposed that take the place of the slow lane on West Ocean Avenue. If people aren't a fan of those, we could accomplish pretty much the same transportation outcome doing what the plan proposes on H Street and East Ocean Avenue, just replacing or expanding the sidewalk to be a mixed-use path rather than taking up a travel lane.
Thank you for that. Just a couple of comments. I'll definitely have some questions, further questions after public comment. But I was just going back in history, and again, I hope this council isn't too knee-jerky on this one, if I may say. Again, you had mentioned it was May of 2020. I wasn't even up here then, where council requested, let's come up with some ideas and look at some potential here. And then, just as a reminder, I think this was originally adopted or passed in July of 2022. Is that right? Is that the
I think
rough
so,
timing?
yeah, trying to keep all the dates straight
Rough
here.
timing?
Yes, July 2022.
Yeah, unless somebody can correct me, that was a unanimous vote by council, and everyone knows who was here in 2022. So again, I hope this city, again, we should take a lot of input, and there should be a lot of thoughtfulness put into this, but just a little bit of history there. I'll have some follow-up questions shortly. Thank you.
Councilor Vega.
As far as the council is concerned, I'd like us to focus on the business community, not just the fact that we adopted something years ago that we never got any input back on. We basically had a streetscape plan, from what my recollection, that came up, and I don't know that we've gotten an update since then. Craig, maybe you can tell us that we did get an update, or since the 2022 vote, or is this the first time it's coming back here after implementation and actually the grant funding being awarded? So aside from that, I've gotten a lot of input from the community here so far. I've gotten a lot of calls, a lot of people asking me about, they don't really want to lose their sidewalks and they don't want to lose a lane for the sake of bikes, because one of the proposals is to do away with the slow lane, as you said, for bike path usage, because back in the day, it used to be where there was a little bit of, there were bikes that were coming to town, they were having rides and things, and they kind of thought that maybe, there'd be an increase in that kind of usage and things, but as you know, the bike lanes that are here are probably insufficient. because they're not really safe, you know, even it's just a painted line on the road. I know it makes you compliant with the state mandates and everything, but, you know, you want to ride a bike on H Street and that just painted line there, I just don't think it's, with traffic patterns and commuters and people going back and forth, I don't think it's that safe, you know, to be honest with you. The business owners that are here, they don't want to lose their sidewalks. I can tell you, I've spoken to quite a few of them. They don't want to lose their sidewalks, and they do not want to lose a lane because we have so many commuters. We've represented so many people that are driving to Santa Barbara and stuff. If we were to restrict that bottleneck, do you imagine? We already have an influx of vehicles and traffic here. There's been a large increase in the amount of cars on the road, if anybody's noticed. It would be, I think it would be a deterrent or for people to move here to Lompoc if they weren't able to get to work. So I just wanted to make those comments. I mean, if there's something we can do or to modify, I think we should bring it back as a council here and just let us come back with it. Don't just keep going forward and getting grant money. Let's come back and see what the modifications are, and maybe through the city attorney you can tell us how we can do it so that we can do it as a council. The sitting council here needs to have an input now for today's people that are here and the concerns that are here. So maybe the city attorney or Craig, you guys can give a little guidance to the council on how we can bring this back and do the modifications and not wait till it's too late and it's set in stone, because if all the money's in place, and Caltrans, they don't wait for anybody. So maybe you can give us a little guidance.
Certainly. I don't know if you want to start, Jeff, or you want me to start? Sure. So from my perspective, so our previous planning manager was the project manager and lead on this, and I am not aware of it coming back to the council after its adoption. I believe the direction from the council at the meeting just before it was adopted was to add the list of projects to the general plan and then bring the plan back. Actually, I think that was the direction for the Bike and Ped Master Plan, but I suppose that would carry to this one that also doesn't comply with doesn't conform with the what's in the circulation element now. So to answer the first question, no, I don't believe it has come back until now. And with regard to the other comments about revisions or elements that people aren't comfortable with or that you'd like to modify, yeah, we can definitely work on it and bring it back. I would say that the plan as it exists is in a very conceptual form, and it doesn't take into account, it really only provides conceptual cross-sections at a handful of locations that are not representative of everywhere along H Street or Ocean Avenue. So areas like downtown probably aren't a good fit for having a shared bike and ped path, and like in the 100 block of North H Street or West Ocean Avenue, where there's a higher pedestrian density and like furniture and railings and constraints on the sidewalk. Probably not a good fit, probably a better place to just walk your bike, and once you get far enough where there's enough room, maybe it can resume. So I think a lot of those ways to make it more specific and responsive to the needs of the community can be fleshed out to whatever extent you want to flesh it out in the plan, or can be wait till we get a project to actually work on and then bring it back at that time. So either way you'd like to do it.
Well, I think, thank you. So for the council, I probably would ask, is there a motion that's needed to bring it back at a certain time so that we have it in a timely manner? Or we don't want to wait for a project to be there? I think that's a little bit too late. Once you guys have a project, they're going to mow us over, and they're not going to ask us anymore. So I'd like the council to at least give me their thoughts on bringing it back so we can take another fresh look at it. And before we move forward with any kind of permanent plan. So anyway, maybe you could answer me, is there a way do we have to make a motion, Jeff?
Yeah.
Or can we ask him to bring it back in a certain time frame? Probably it would be better to make a motion, right?
Yes. First, we need to take public comment on this before any motion.
Okay,
But
okay,
you could
gotcha.
make a motion to direct staff to bring back whatever changes you would like at this point. I mean, the plan is before you, so if you would like some changes, you can give staff direction to bring those back. Or you can just ask staff to bring back another review of the plan at any future time.
So let me answer some of your questions, Councilmember Vega. So the reason why it came back is I discovered that this was in our circulation plan. And we were going to be biting this out, so I dug into it to see what it was. And I went to long story short, I made the motion for this to come quite a few months ago. And with council support, that's why we see it in front of us. This is going forward as designed and approved by council. Is until we started putting the brakes on this to dig in and find out what's going on. It didn't come back. No, it was approved. You guys had approved it in 2022. It was driving forward. In fact, so much so at the last planning commission meeting, the circulation element was approved with this plan. But it wasn't directly provided for the public, for the commissioners. I got up and asked the commissioners if they had reviewed it and seen it. I don't think they had. But there's some other confusing points that I have in here, and if you go and you look at the document to make movements and move forward to communicate with the city with this plan, they still have Brian Halverson listed here with the email address, and he hasn't been with the city for a year, but he's still on the city's website, so maybe people have been commenting. I don't know if that gets forwarded. This phone number, actually, we have a new planner who's taken it. I called it today to see where it would go, and actually went to the new planner, Connor, which he didn't answer, but I went over to see what happened. But the number actually is live, but the email I don't think is live. So I'm very concerned about that. How many people have actually been reaching out to that? Does it get forwarded, that email address? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So a couple other reasons why I brought this forward, and I know I'm stepping into a little bit, but you asked some questions how we got here. And Craig did a good job explaining how we got to the certain point with the funding mechanisms, but how did we get right here? In some concerns that I had, as if you look in the circulation element, it does state this is one of the largest projects for the bicycle, but it's at this time in 2022 is $46.6 million. And understanding that ATP grants had modified significantly. But as I'm digging in here to this recommendations in this plan, I was astonished to find out, if you can still print this off the website, that there's a plan to include this in CIP and also into developer impact fees. And this is what we do to ourselves. We create these things that are unfunded mandates, and then when developers come through, we stick it to them, and then the public goes, why does my house cost so much? So this was a concern, and this just printed it off the website. This is still out there as well. So this is how we are getting where we are, but I'll let other council members talk, but just filling in some of the questions that you had is how we got here. Councilmember Bridge, actually, and then I'll go to Ball.
Thank you for the presentation. There were a lot of words in that presentation. Did I hear you say that there is a contract being let by Caltrans for 2026 implementation?
No, there's a funding application that kind of an internal Caltrans funding application that they submitted to fund the chunk of their project, which is kind of the north end of these recommendations, from the Albertson Shopping Center down to North Avenue on the west side. So if they receive their own shop funding, then they would move forward into environmental review and design, and it would be probably close in schedule to the Robinson Bridge replacement as in terms of like actual on-the-ground construction.
So does that mean there's two components of the plan, one of which is Caltrans' responsibility, and they will go forward independent of what we do?
Well, the plan is just a planning study based on consultant input, stakeholder input, community input as to possibilities that could happen in the city along the state highway. Caltrans was one of those stakeholders and reviewed it and wanted to pursue something beneficial for the city. So they wanted to prioritize and kind of bite off the first chunk. So they are looking at the north end in that area that I mentioned, and it isn't probably their obligation to implement a portion of the plan, and there isn't a defined separation line. That was just the limits that aligned with a funding amount they thought that they could secure.
Well, I didn't ask my question very clearly. Let's, for a moment, make some assumptions. Caltrans puts in for their appropriation and receives it. Will Caltrans then go through the process they went through on the bridge, where they're now going to come in the community and say, this is what we're planning, or will they move forward based on the belief that the plan is complete and they're just helping and doing their piece?
Yeah, I expect they will coordinate with the city as a stakeholder as well as with the public in public forums, both during the environmental process and possibly during the design process also, like
Okay.
they did with the bridge.
All right. Well, I certainly understand Councilman Ball's desire not to have a knee-jerk reaction to this. I was one of the people who stood up when the plan was approved in front of the council and said, I'm not sure you guys recognize what you're approving. And I too have heard from many members of the community that it seems to have some missing common sense components of it. So I support what Councilman Vega's saying, to somehow bring this back and see if we can get some kind of consensus as to what it is that's appropriate. Because I don't believe anybody wants Ocean Avenue to go down to a single lane.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's going to be a large contingency of people that, if they realize the whole sidewalk's gone on the Albertson to North or wherever, I don't think they're going to like that. And many of them are concerned about the traffic calming, or whatever is the appropriate phrase for these bulbs that are put around, taking everybody down to restricted flow through our major intersections. So I don't want to be a naysayer. I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but I agree with Councilman Vega that this somehow has to come back and be reviewed.
Councilmember Ball.
So I appreciate all those comments, and I definitely hear everything that you've said. I am totally okay. I don't mind it coming back. Let's have a serious discussion about all things. But I would love to know what the flexibility actually looks like in terms of how might we influence how flexible the plan is. But I also want to know, like, at what point do we cross the threshold where we jeopardize upwards of $14 million in funding that Caltrans wants to help our city with? And so, again, maybe a rhetorical question. Of course we should listen to the business community. But let's not forget there was over 250 folks that responded at the get-go to talk about some of the needs for our pedestrians here. I don't think there's 250 emails that Brian Halverson's ghost email got. Maybe, but there has been quite a bit of input on this plan. So yes, I'd love for it to come back. I'd love for us to talk about these things. I just want to bring up a reference. We need resources badly, badly for streets. And the mayor's even, and I think it might be a good idea, the mayor's also suggested that we consider raising taxes so that we might benefit parts of the city that don't include H and Ocean. Totally get that. But to me, if we jeopardize upwards of $14 million in funding that can be used with flexibility, perhaps to improve pedestrian safety, improve our medians, cut down on crashes, improve visibility, I would be really sad for us to miss that opportunity. Give you a reference. How many years was it that we didn't have enough funding in our CIP? Where Caltrans wouldn't help us? The sidewalk in front of Alfie's was the sidewalk in front of the previous restaurant, was the sidewalk in front of the previous place. Decade plus of dilapidated pedestrian sidewalks within our city that Caltrans could have helped us with. Now we have an opportunity. Do we have to have one lane and calming and all this? Well, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe there is flexibility for us to get the things that we actually feel are beneficial to our city. There's a study, it wasn't that long ago, you look it up. It estimated that roughly 4.5% of our population within the city did not have a car. We should definitely listen to our business community. But if we talk about almost 5%, 43,000, okay, so I've got 4,000, almost a couple thousand people, kids maybe included, I don't know, but there are folks that have to cross the street, that have to walk across the street and hope for safety. And I do know this town, and I'm guilty sometimes too, thank God we don't have traffic cameras, but there is an issue where people are late for work. We're all struggling to get there, and we're in a hurry, and we're rushing. And again, the data shows within our own city that the people that die or the people that seriously get injured, it's happening on H Street. So again, I hope this council keeps an open mind. I'll keep an open mind. If they don't want the bike lane there, or they don't want to do that, or no single lanes or whatever, I'd love to know where our limit is. But this is important. $14 million doesn't come every day. And the fact that you guys have worked hard, I know Josh has worked hard, there's been a lot of partnership here to at least give us a chance to have access to a bigger pot than we've ever had. I hope we keep an open mind to that. Thanks.
Maybe open this up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council. Thank you, Craig.
You know, I think I spoke at that same meeting and wasn't really in favor of this. I don't really recall. I know I talked to people about it. So the other day, I just went around downtown and up H Street, and I was talking to merchants, and I found out that not a single one of them knew what I was talking about. They didn't know this plan existed. They didn't know it was being considered. And frankly, a lot of them were pretty flabbergasted. So my comments on the attached sections in there describe what people talk to me about. So the first few pages you have there are our current bicycle plan, which we adopted back in, various times. It remained unchanged and is part of the 2030 general plan. So at a minimum, whatever we're going to do, we need to make amendments to our bicycle plan and the general plan so that it's consistent. And I know we had a bunch of meetings where people came in and chatted about this, and it was good. I went to one of them. But somehow the business community and the property owners didn't know what was happening and were not stakeholders in it. And they're the ones that are impacted by it. So let's take an example. West Ocean, the reduction to one traffic lane each direction. Back in the 1950s, that was what was there. And there was angle parking on both sides of the street. And then when the 60s came along and the base developed, we had traffic jams, so that we put in the current situation. Now, when this was being considered back in 2020, there wasn't much going on the base. So the traffic flow was much lower. Now, SpaceX keeping us kind of busy. And we're going to have 400 homes at the edge of town. So this is probably not the time that you would want to reduce that lane count. The other thing that struck me was taking out the parking in the 100 block and 200 block of North H and East Ocean, particularly North H, because that's the only parking that those businesses have. Most of them have just a few spaces behind them. And, you know, we have a small city parking lot there, but a lot of that's going to be EV charging. So the next closest place is I and Ocean. So let me put it in perspective. Would you like to shop at Ross and park at Tractor Supply? So I hope you will bring this back and invite people in from the business community to talk about it. Thank you.
I manage the Lilly Building there on H and Ocean, and I'm also part management of the La Purisma Building, which I find to be two of the longest staples of Lompoc in the downtown area. My understanding is that there's old town ordinances or codes that pertain to just downtown, and we've had to jump through numerous hoops on that situation. I was never notified of this going on, or the havings, or the beings, or it changing, but since day one, 15 years ago, when I started managing that building, that I always felt that going south on H Street, it should eliminate 3 lanes. It should be 2 lanes, one making a left-hand turn, the other making a right-hand turn and going straight. There doesn't need a right-hand turn lane. My mirror was taken out when I parked there. Been numerous other tenants' mirrors that were taken out. So this is something that I went to the city and I went to the people and talked to the people in charge then, and I was literally just kind of like, what, are you kidding me? This is not, we don't own that street. This is Caltrans, right? I said, okay, that's Route 1. But originally, Route 1 was supposed to continue right on through and go through the, I don't know, on the other side of Home Depot and continue and come up on Central. I don't know what happened to that plan, but that would have taken care of a lot of the traffic that we experience now. I'm upset because my tenants, which we have 100% occupancy there at the Lilly Building and has been for 5 years, are going to be diminished in capacity of being able to accommodate their people coming to their shops, shopping, getting services, nails, hair, and what have you. I also think that, isn't there a bike lane on Cypress? That's less traffic, there's more space. I can't see, if you realize what's going on H Street when you come into town, that there is only 1 lane for a long period, I don't know how many blocks, and there's a traffic jam going on there. Can you imagine shutting down the whole thing? It doesn't make sense. It's not accommodating. The other thing is that revitalizing downtown. Finally, got a new roof on the theater. Why is there a vacant lot on the northeast side of that corner for the last 20 years with growing grass, when it should have been purchased by the city and made a parking lot, and then be able to generate walking people and having people downtown? Okay, that's it, right? My time's up. Thanks, guys.
Hi, my name's Susie Sorensen, and we actually own both of those 2 buildings, our family. We've had them for 20 years plus at La Purisma and the Lilly Building. And I agree, you've been trying to make the downtown area like a area for people to want to come. And the roads are not getting better to go into 1 lane. I mean, we've lived here 25 years and the traffic's not getting better, and we're going to put 400 homes down the street. How are they going to drive through town? I mean, it's packed on both sides if you come. I drive to Solvang 6-7 days a week, and it's traffic all the way, no matter which side you go. So to take away the parking is not only going to hurt the tenants, but it's going to cause a lot more traffic for the people that are rushing to go to Santa Barbara to work in the valley and get back here and spend time with their families and hopefully walk downtown in Lompoc. So I don't see that it's going to be a benefit. Again, same thing. If I'm riding a bike, an e-bike or anything, I'm surely not going on H Street. I would take Walnut or Cypress or one of the side streets before I'm going to go on the main busy street. You're not safe in your car with your mirrors out, let alone like to have a bike be driving down that side if you're parked. So it's already tight as it is with 2 lanes, and to go into 1 lane, I don't see that it's a benefit for this city to like want to bring more people here. Thank you.
My name's Tom Hinkins, a business owner here in Lompoc. I've been traveling in the city of Lompoc streets for over 50 years. I can't remember one year when we had less traffic. Every year there's more traffic. Now I'm hearing that maybe we need to pull some parking spots out and put bikes and pedestrians in the street. I was kind of worried about that. I have a feeling that if we, if we remove some of the parking spots, especially those on Ocean Avenue, every parking spot that's gone means it's one less customer for those businesses. It may take a year or two, but then those businesses will be vacant, and then all the bikes and all the traffic, foot traffic will be enjoying that space. Why would they come there? Do they just come downtown to just walk around? They come there to buy something from those stores. I look at it as, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not a right thing to do. I'm not seeing that this proposal is the right thing to do. It's not a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. I think I may have wrote a letter of recommendation for some of the funding initially, but it was very conceptual and dots on the roads, and we're going to make it safer for bikes. Well, who doesn't want it safer for bikes? But now that we're actually seeing the real conceptual idea of a plan, and you are shutting down an entire lane of traffic, it's very concerning to me. I took a picture today. I posted it on social media when there was a discussion. 1 lane right now on Ocean from A Street to 3rd Street, stacked all the way back, stacked behind that 3rd Street back, probably stacked all the way to 7th Street. 1 lane, that's what you're going to have. A nightmare. You're talking about permanency for that on both ways? Not going to work. As I stated, I originally was in favor of doing some traffic softening for bicycle and pedestrian, but not at the cost of reducing one of the lanes of traffic or putting the big bumpers in. I think can be some alternative ways to soften traffic and to achieve a similar or close to objective in getting that traffic to soften. Also, I looked at it from a standpoint when I heard staff speaking, I think at the Planning Commission, they talked about the 15 million. Yeah, we're going to get this grant, but there's still a gap of 35. And I said, okay, there's what, 100 parcels maybe? How many of those will actually do a project to take 35 million divided by 100 parcels? There's $350,000 impact. Maybe it's 50. I don't know how you're going to do the math to determine the impact. And it was 50 million then. How much is it now? Is it 60 million now? Is it 75 million now? There's no way you're going to absorb that type of money through impact fees without killing the probability of any new businesses coming into that corridor. It's just not a realistic economic plan to expect to hit all the businesses or property owners with that type of impact. It doesn't make any economic sense to do that. And especially in light of the fact that now you're getting the theater closer to finally some type of progress, you're gonna, I can see where you may want that traffic softening for maybe the theater and that pedestrian way, but you're gonna kill people. We're not like some of the other communities where we have a lot of outside parking where you can conveniently park in safe lit areas and walk over. That generally works when you have communities that have huge parking garages and really large parking lots. Where are you gonna do that around here if you start reducing what little parking you have? So please bring it back and give the community a second chance on it. Thanks, bye.
So I'm Susie, and I have lived in Lompoc for 25 years. When I first moved to Lompoc, I lived in Santa Barbara before that. I rode my bike everywhere. For a long time, I didn't even have a license, just rode my bike. And when I came to Lompoc, I was very excited. It's flat here. It should be great. We should ride our bikes everywhere. And then I started riding my bike here, and it's really difficult to ride in the streets of Lompoc because you can't really see it from the car, but that little space between the concrete gutter and the asphalt of the road, there's all these little lips from different pavings, and so there's this little unevenness that is extremely dangerous to a bike, and I gave up bike riding. All of the issues people are talking about with the roads, I totally agree with, but if we had roads that were friendly to bikes, that people on bikes felt safe on, it would really encourage people to use the bikes, and then there would be that would take a hit on the traffic. If you're in a bike, you're not in the car, and you're also being healthier and getting your exercise. So somehow I do think we need to attend to how we pave the roads along the edges, keeping in mind that if we pave them in a way that is friendly to bikes, bikes will ride on them. Because right now, they're not safe. And you can't see it, but they're not. And like that whole coming around the outside of Lompoc on the 246 between, La Prisma down to Home Depot, it's awful. It's really bad. You'd think, oh, there's room over there. There's like this much room. It should be fine. You can ride a bike, but there's this little bloop, 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 and your wheels can't go back and forth across them, so you're really like riding on like this much concrete. So I just think that we should really try harder to encourage the bikes and, yeah, bring it back, revisit it, figure out a solution that accommodates the fact that, yeah, we don't want to decrease the lanes in our streets, but we also want to increase the safety and friendliness for bikes.
I just want to remind our council of what they did in Goleta with their traffic pattern. That was an absolute disaster. Cost them a lot of money, and they're having to redo it. Our town, I think, is more like mainstream Goleta, Main Street Goleta, than not. And if we gave up those outside lanes, we might be paying for it again later, like Goleta. Thank you.
I just want to note I was one of the people back when it started. I got the text blasts like a lot of people get. I got the flex vote thing that you guys sent out recently, and so I remember when it came out, I was like, oh, this is an interesting thing. I'm just kind of letting you know that the city was letting their citizens know that this was happening. I got it. I voted for it. I at least wanted to put my input in, and it was actually pretty exciting. I was actually pretty happy about it. It seems like it's pretty loaded based on the comments I'm getting, but just from my perspective, getting bike lanes and things like that is a good thing for the city. Now, cutting the the lane down. I'm sure, you guys can figure that out if you bring it back. But, just my only comment would be just try to keep the idea there, try to keep the bike lanes that could be there, and try to keep the improvements to the city at the, the forefront of your thoughts and things like that. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Anybody else? Nobody else? We'll close public comment, bring back to the council. So there's something that was very concerning to me, which we only had a little bit of communication on, and that is the combination. Just think about the Lilly Building and the La Prisma Building. If that sidewalk that you have there now has bicycles and pedestrians, you just think how when your tenants might have to open their doors or their customers open their doors to walk out to a bicycle coming right at them or something like that. And it's up and down the corridor, and I think one of the complexities is we like to call this Ocean Avenue and A Street, but these are Highway 1 and Highway 246. These are highways. And I think that somebody made a very valid attempt to come up with something, but I just think about developing and building. And if we had to do what we have to do for this one, which we have City Code 1052-130, which, paraphrasing, no person shall ride a bicycle on any sidewalk in the city. And now we're going to convert the sidewalks to this hybrid bike lane, pedestrian lane. And I don't know how much fun people have had when, I believe it's a $300 ticket for riding on the sidewalk. I think that's what they said a couple of years ago anyways. So when you're on that sidewalk and with these e-bikes and e-scooters zipping out on you, I've had them almost take me out several times on the sidewalk. And the complexity of doing this, so not only will you have that, but you're going to have traffic cross that to get into the businesses. And the complexity of this design, I think, is just a flippin' nightmare. And without drilling down too hard, but we are allowed the opportunity, as per the document here that you have here, it doesn't relay that in this document that it's a plan that can come back, because this did get approved by the Planning Commission to move forward with our circulation plan. Now, I appreciate your line that you have in here, that if the city council has particular interests or concerns in certain plans or topics, it may revise those plans and/or study those topics to better align with the interests and alleviate its concerns. So I'll let other council members talk, but this is one of my big concerns when I look at it. And everybody in the public that I've talked to said, what? And I get it. We wanted to be more bicycle friendly. And we have a lot of side streets that are out there. Maybe we need to, of course, Caltrans won't be in a player with them. And you are doing a great job with safe routes to schools. You filled in a number of the sidewalks are actually mentioned in here. You already got them asphalt on them or concrete on them. So, which I find also astonishing. We just redid all of these handicap corners, and we'd be tearing all of that out. So I find that interesting. They just spent millions of dollars doing that, and we'd be tearing it out. But I also find it interesting because it was told to me as well by Caltrans, because they don't want to plant trees out here because they're going to remove all the trees. So for about 8 years, this little plan's been kind of manipulating through. And as trees are actually cut down on H and Ocean, they're plugging the holes in and making these trees disappear. So this plant does, I believe, have elimination of all trees that are on H and Ocean as well. So there's some very astonishing things, which also when I was talking to try to get a sidewalk fixed on the 600 block of H Street, it was kind of referenced to me, well, we're not really concerned about that because we have a plan. We're going to tear everything out anyways. So we had delays going on fixing broken sidewalks because we were going to potentially do this someday. So I did find that very astonishing that was out there. Kudos to the city manager stepping up and saying no and got some really bad stuff areas fixed across from Carl's Jr. and appreciate you stepping up and getting that down. But Caltrans continues to cut down the trees on H and Ocean with no anticipated. I was denied my building across the street to get trees planted there. And at first I was told my spaces were too small, then when you go and measure them, they're 12-foot by 12-foot holes. And I was told no trees, unless it was the same thing that was there. So anyhow, finding out there's other things going on behind the scenes on this. So let me go with Councilmember Ball, and then I'll go with Councilmember Vega. Councilmember Ball.
So that's a lot. It's a lot to be scared of, for sure. But I think, again, us having a serious conversation about this when it comes back before council, I think that every bit of input that we've got tonight about whether we should have a single lane or we shouldn't do that in front of parts of Old Town, look, I've been around long enough to know that it was the EDC that was very active in getting bricks to be placed in front of the Lilly building. Look, I'm not in favor of just ripping it up conceptually and just see what happens. But that's where I come back to where I'd love to learn as a council, how much flexibility do we have that we don't jeopardize the funding, but maybe nothing changes in downtown. Maybe it stays 2 lanes. Maybe that all stays the same, but we've improved medians and we've improved crosswalks. Maybe that's just it. The fact is, H Street, data shows, is the most dangerous street to be a pedestrian or a cyclist. And we can just say, well, doesn't make sense because maybe a tree. Well, let's argue about that. Let's figure out where is the leeway and how much pushback can we have to design something that is healthy for the city, that perhaps gets consensus, but actually improves the walkability of our city. I think that's a fair thing for us to consider. It's not political, and I'm open to all of that. But I'd love to, again, learn what changes we might be able to make, what we can prioritize is what we want. Maybe it's only, like you said, maybe it's from north to central and they do something. And that's the first tranche, and 10 years later, we haven't really moved on anything else. It could be that type of situation. I think there's a lot for us to learn. It sounds like some people in the community have gotten outreach and learned about this plan and used their imagination to see change in the horizon, and it sounds like some business people didn't have a clue about it. So I think, again, that's fair for us to have another conversation about this. Let's hash it out. But again, I would be devastated if we said, well, $14 million from Caltrans, let's say no to that. And guess what? What's going to motivate SB CAG or Caltrans to come in and fix anything on H Street when they worked as a partner with us to try to come up with a solution? They're still open to taking our input. But we said, no, thank you.
Councilmember Vega.
We're here for a reason. We're here for a reason. We wanted Lompoc to grow. We wanted our businesses to be successful. We want some growth. We're fighting for annexation. We're fighting for the ability for people to come to the building department and get their hand held and welcome them because they are bringing revenue to the city long term. But most of the people don't want to be turned upside down and have their pockets shaken before they even get a shovel in the dirt. So look at here. I'm going to use the city manager's words that they were wanting raises and everything for planning and building. Because, again, how many homes are in the SKU right now? 1,000 homes, that's what you said, Dean, right? Is that correct? Okay, I'm going to call you out. There's no questions here, okay? But there's 1,000 homes here getting ready to be built. So have you ever heard of shrinking the size of your town when you're asking for growth? You know, it just doesn't make sense. When this proposal came out, I was on council at the time. It was a conceptual agenda item that was expected to come back and be explained. It wasn't expected to just keep running on and running on, because when we look back at some of the improvements we're complaining about, lack of funding with Caltrans as far as our city roads, which was actually called Pacific Coast Highway once upon a time there. It could be renamed that. What is the reason they haven't been improved? Was it because of the vote back in 2020 to 2022? It's probably the reason none of the sidewalks have been improved on Ocean and H Street because of this, which nobody expected. We all want things to look better and be better, But I remember back in the day, there was a proposal that said those bike paths can be redirected to other streets. It doesn't have to be right there by the Lilly Building. It doesn't have to be there and infringe on Southside Cafe. If it was me, I'd say knock out those mediums. You want a little bit extra space because they really don't do much but provide a little separation. Look at Southside right there in front of Southside Coffee. That median's taking a lot of space right there for no good reason, if we need some space for bikes or something like that. So it's pretty, there's other ways that I would encourage the council to look at. Now that we come back and we look, now that we know that we have the ability to maybe rearrange things, hey, I think we're all here for the good of Lompoc, but I don't think we should sell ourselves out for a grant. I think that we should look forward to growth, because have you ever heard of a city growing and shrinking their streets? Does that even make sense? Doesn't make sense at all. How can you expect more commerce to these businesses that are barely making it with limited parking? I remember back with the Lilly Building, the city invested money into those walkways and those pathways with those stepping stones that were there, and it was meant to encourage pedestrian traffic. So was that $750,000 wasted by the city to put those bricks and whatever they are, those pathways right there by the sidewalk? So I want Lompoc to grow. I want everybody to be successful. We're asking for annexation. They see us shrinking our streets, whatever they're already saying no. Okay, what are we going to do with people that are going to come in here and move to Lompoc because it is a cute little community? The shopping could be better, the amenities could be better. But I think that what we do is we sell ourselves short because we don't think we're worthy of being on the upper scale. So we always get handouts because by Santa Barbara County, we have the lower income here. So they make money on us, and we're okay with it, except when you're a business owner. When you're a business owner, you're not okay with it. You're not okay with barely scraping by, paying your rent, having to make excuses to your landlord. Back in the day, you have the dream that you would be successful if you worked hard. Now it's tough. It's tough. And I just don't want us to be that kind of community that's trying to restrict just for some grants or something like that. Let's make Lompoc look better and be better, but let's use our ability to rearrange the plan to put bike paths in. They don't have to be right there on H and Ocean. You can put them back on another section of Ocean. You can use Cypress. You can use Walnut Avenue. You can use Chestnut Avenue. There's places that we can redirect. So why don't we use that ability and that power? Anyway, I just wanted us to know, what are we doing here, guys? Okay, we're going to grow or we're going to shrink? What are we going to do, die on the vine? So basically what I'd like to put up a motion and make a motion that directs staff to bring back this item so that we can all have a conversation about this and see what we want to do together.
Can you let me try the motion? It's similar to that, but it gives them some direction, which what they're asking for here.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry, I didn't know you were still going, but.
Yeah, I'm not done talking.
As for
I'm just kidding.
As for the document here, as a suggestion, we'll see, since everyone else was given a hard copy to come out here, so staff would like to see what kind of direction and ideas that we have. Let's bring this back, I think roughly 3 months, so I guess March 17th.
Mayor, isn't that too long, or no?
Well, you can get up to
No, as long as it's planning and.
Do you want to go
public
faster than
work-
that?
No. As long as Public Works can assure us that nothing's going to be done the other way to put us in a position to where Councilmember Paul asked.
They'll have to go through the whole conception plan and everything here. But I would think March 17th would give the public and us enough time.
I just remembered that they were putting out for grants, and I can't remember the dates he said that they were going to get their next set of money. The Caltrans was waiting for another.
You want to try February? You want to go February 17th? All right. So for us to go out, take our books or whatever, and figure out what our idea is, in March 17th, February 17th, we'll have our stuff to have this come back to the meeting so we can present, discuss. We can advance our books to the staff to commingle it, but to bring this back for a discussion with possible action on February 17th. You like that one? Okay. There's my motion. Looking for a second.
Mayor, quick question.
Yes, sir.
So just thinking this through.
Could I clarify? So your thought is that you develop your thoughts and staff just waits for them until February 17th, or do we need to do
Yeah,
anything
let's
sooner?
just do that. Yeah, that'd be easier for you. That way, we'll develop our thoughts, come back so we can actually get some interface. Yes.
So a small amount of pushback. From my perspective, the five of us don't know what the flexibility is. We don't know where the threshold of gaining access to the funds or not is. We haven't been educated to that. So again, I've got couple hundred pages in here. Can definitely come up with a lot of my own ideas and thoughts. But if we're going to spend a meeting where we have 5 hours of saying, can we do this? No. Can we do this? No. Wouldn't it make sense, and again, I'm happy to have it come back, but can we be educated sooner than later about where the edge is on some of this? Because that would be way more efficient than having all of us just whimsically come up with our ideas and then.
So to let you know, that's what I was hoping this meeting was. So I anticipated this meeting to have a layer of that to design what we had, which it didn't. In fact, I don't know when you got your book, but I've been asking for this book for about 30 days, and I just got it in my box today. So I was hoping that we could have a deeper discussion about this today.
It's an informational item. There's not even action.
That's what it ended up being. That's correct, but that's not what I was just asking for when I asked for it. But I asked for this to be that, likewise, when I'm finding out what's going on at the Planning Commission meeting and how this is going to be, the circulation element is coming up in front of us, and currently right now with the circulation element as approved by the Planning Commission has this book. So I think it's important for us to dive into this book. I don't know when they have slated for coming back from the Planning Commission with the circulation. Does anybody know when the circulation element was going to be presented to us?
It needs to go back to Planning Commission.
Okay, so they're still working on it too, so I think it's, let's try this out and see how it goes. Let's give it an hour. Can I put an hour limiter on it at the meeting?
Sure,
You all right with
but
that?
again, and with all respect, hear me out on this. This, again, I got all these, we got 5 of these up here. Probably killed a tree for that one for sure. This says August 2022 on the front of it. Has this been online on our website, the city website?
Yeah.
How long has it been there?
I'm not sure, but probably soon after it was adopted.
Yeah.
So is 2025 going into 2026, and we had to wait for a printout to wrap our head around it and make some notes? I find that interesting. Yes, whatever we can do, let's be efficient with this process. Let's just figure out whether we have.
So let me respond to that comment. So when you go out to somebody and you want to say, hey, look at my phone, this is what it looks like. Or do you go to somebody and say, hey, check out this fold out. That's what I was wanting. So yeah, I've read it. I've read it multiple times. That's why it's even on the docket tonight, right? As you did when you approved this in 2022. You probably have a hard copy. That's correct. You probably already have one. So I got a motion on the table with a second already.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, let me, Craig, I respect what Councilmember Ball's saying here. Can we expedite this by asking you to bring back a couple of the choices there that we can do that won't shut down one of the lanes on H Street, in the 100 block of North H Street, won't take out the sidewalks and redirect the bike paths to another set of streets right there to find out if we can be compliant? Is there anything that you can do on that part as far as to help us make a better decision?
Yeah, so the staff report, the only place in the plan that travel lanes are being, that through travel lanes are being affected is West Ocean Avenue. And in the staff report, it does mention that you could trade that for class 1s on the sidewalk, or you could eliminate whatever you want to eliminate. Along H Street, we do have a parallel bike lane, class 2 bike lane on G Street from Ocean to North Avenue, but between North Avenue and Central Avenue, there is not a north-south parallel street very near. So the Caltrans project that's discussed in the staff report would make that connection from Albertsons down to North Avenue. And at that point, you'd have a path or a lane about a block away on the east side at least. So whatever your preference
Well,
is.
it's just, Mr. Mayor, if we could get a little bit of information back from staff, I don't know if they can help us or not, but as far as what legally the bike paths have to be on, do they have to be on that 100 block of H Street, or, so we won't infringe traffic? I know everybody's talking about how many accidents there are.
I was hoping at this next meeting is where we can design some direction for staff.
Okay, okay.
That was what I was anticipating.
I was just wondering if they were able to help us at all, but I get it.
I mean, that's what he's asking us to do, is design some direction. So that's why I was hoping and we'll give it 2 months that we can come up with some direction. And at this next meeting, we can,
Okay.
okay?
I'm good.
All right. So it's been motion with a second by Councilmember Bailey. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. All right, we're up to oral communications. 2 minutes, come on down, line on up. Thank you guys for waiting.
John Lynn, I can't talk as fast as I used to, so I missed a couple things with my presentation. Number one, when you do this again, please put it early in the meeting. There were quite a number of people here and they had to leave to go to work. Number two, we have an existing bike path all the way down Cypress that provides the east-west in the drawings I gave you, it shows. And we also have one on G, which goes over to North and then kind of didos over to Fourth and crosses over. And so when we did this a very long time ago, we designed these parallel bike paths because back then the consultants were telling us you don't want to mix high-speed cars and bicycles, and that's why it was designed that way, and it's been that way at least back to 2008. Another comment that the consultant made on another subject was you don't want to create an urban desert, and that was discussions we had with regard to the downtown and putting the bricks in and putting the trees in and all those things, that you want to have greenery to break it up. And my concern about the North H Street bike path and the East Ocean is it takes out all the trees. So we probably need, if we're going to do that, we need to find a way to work around that. So I don't think we want to cut down 200 trees and have, I don't know, a concrete alley. Thank you.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. A large part of what the community gets confused on is, I mean, as you're well aware, it's very complex. You got the general plan, you got your circulation element, you got the bike path, and you're piecemealing these projects all over the place. It's very hard for the average resident to kind of get their hands on it unless you've had experience on the planning commission or you sit up on the dais or you're a staff member. I think you forget the subtle fact that the average resident can't keep track of all this. So whatever you can do on your website to enhance this, maybe connect it. You know, you try to find a document, you got to search here, you got to search there, you got to search, you know, sometimes just finding the document in and of itself can take you several hours if you don't know exactly where to look at it. So whatever you could do, I mean, you know, to make the search easier would be greatly appreciated. And or maybe there's just a timeline of everything that gets done with a click, and then it just takes you where you need to go. But at least you would have a timeline of the different items that the city's looking at that are up for consideration that you can get public input on. Because it's very hard. I mean, you can look at the agenda, you can pull things out, but then you try to go find the reference documents or go in, that can be a daunting task. So whatever you can do to make that search of the documents or the reference of what's being considered very easily accessible with like 1 or 2 clicks. Shouldn't have to click here, click there, click here, click. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, police department parking lot, who ran the job? Multiple trades should have been awarded to a general contractor, was not. Why? Your building official ran when confronted. Wow, that says a lot. Okay, a general contractor should have been awarded that contract and taken care of it. That's what generals do. So who ran the job? Oh, guess what? The building department did. So you're telling me the building department was acting as a general contractor to complete a public works job? Wow, is that sketchy, illegal, backroom shit or what? Wow. Where do we go with that? What about the other job? What about the bathroom remodel going on up there? Is there plans for that? Who's the general? Once again, the city of Lompoc does whatever it wants. You got a building official that's getting paid, correct me if I'm wrong, $350 an hour? Is that correct? Huh? You're not going to confirm it? You should know. Wow, that's $2,800 a day and nothing gets done. And then you wonder why Lompoc sucks. Wow. Have a good night.
Anybody else?
I just want to mention again about the vision that we should have for our town, to have our bridges across the San Ynez River connecting Highway 246 to Central. Think about that. Think about how the people who are even coming through at Highway 1, off of Highway 1, who want to get to the northwest end of town, would take 246 and get over there to our bridges and go that way. It would completely change the traffic signature of our town. And then maybe make it so that bikes could travel easily on H and Ocean. So let's think about that more and more and more and more.
Anybody else? So nobody else rise, closing oral communications, bring back to the council. Council comments, meeting reports, et cetera, et cetera. Councilmember Vega.
Hey, thanks to all the public for staying awake through all this. The meetings are long, I'm tired, and hope you come back the other Tuesday beyond that. Thank you.
Councilor Bridge.
Well, I have 2 or 3 items I'd like to touch on. I think the airport land use ad hoc committee, I think it's served its purpose and can be decommissioned. Do I have to make a motion for that, Jeff? I'm never clear on this stuff.
I think if you get a council consensus, we can, 3 votes on council right now, we can just take it off the.
Okay, well,
3 votes and 3 head shakes. 3 head shakes, okay?
Yes.
All right. I'll be good with
okay,
that.
I got 3.
That's 3. Councilmember Starbuck, myself, and Councilmember Bridge. Decommissioned.
I'm confused when the restricted funds are coming back. In July, we were presented with some confusion about that list, and I think I clarified at that time. It would just be a list of the resource documents, and at that time, it was said that it could come back piecemeal, but I haven't seen anything on that yet, so perhaps next meeting we could figure out where that's gone. The greenhouse gas letter, is there a schedule for that as to when I can expect to see that? Since July, I think.
As I understand the status of that, the Management Services Finance Department is still working on putting together some data for us to put into that letter to the state, so.
Okay, well, that's been since August, so perhaps next meeting we can come back with a date certain when that can actually get accomplished. Those are my items.
Are you good with them? Does he need consensus to?
I mean, if he would like to request an agenda item or report on something, then yes, that requires 3 council
Are you
member votes.
agendizing, or you just?
I was just asking for the data that's been promised for months. It was already agreed to that this would become forthcoming, so I can make a motion if we need to have a motion to have staff do what they said they do.
So you just, from the greenhouse gas letter perspective, you're just looking for a report on what the status of that is?
Yeah, when are we gonna get it out? It's been 3 months. If they come back and say it'll be out in July, at least I'll know I can start tracking it, because it's been 2 weeks away for 3 months. So,
Okay. I can get a status of it that may be more detailed than what I just gave you, and I can email that to you, or I can report on
that'd be
it at the
fine,
next meeting. Okay.
with a date that we plan on completing it.
The date is as soon as possible, but yes. I
That's
will
not an
that to you.
acceptable date. Do I need to make a motion then? As soon as possible, 6 months is not a
Well,
reasonable.
Yes, I can bring back an expected date when I find out when I can get the information that I need from
Right.
staff.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ball.
Well, I would take some time and have the same questions as I had last time during council request time, but I'll spare you all that since there's not support for those sorts of things. So I'll just remind everyone, I think it's really important for all citizens. Again, worst-case scenarios do happen in other communities, but while our battalion chief was speaking, I rushed to the website and I signed up for Ready SBC alerts. And what do you know? Gosh, that's a great website, lots of stuff to play with and maps to look at and so forth. But in a worst-case scenario, it's just nice knowing that they know how to get a hold of me. They have my email, they have my address, they can text me when something's happening. So again, I'm just encouraging everyone to sign up for Ready SBC alerts. The website again is readysbc.org. Only takes a few minutes. I did it successfully and hope you do too. Thank you.
Councilor Starbuck.
No reports.
So I represented the city of Lompoc at LAFCO, will be SB CAG, I think Thursday. Shout out to Christmas parade people, what a good time, and you definitely were most improved city manager, I don't know, I mean, but you and your crew did a great job putting out that, and good alignment of entertainment out there, and Mario and all your posse.
Can I add something? That was 4 people that put that float together, the facilities department.
You did what?
There was 4 people that put that float together. It was the facilities division.
That's good. You did
I'm super proud of them.
Yeah, they did a good job. Yeah, I did. No, you did a good job. High five. And everybody else too. I mean, it takes a ton of people to put those things together, and a lot of work you guys did. And kudos to everybody who showed up, et cetera, and was out there. I know my crew had fun. Had my own pet Yeti and a few other things out there, so we had a good time as well. Just make a quick comment, and I don't know what we're going to do about this, but the F-150 Lightning EV has been canceled. Ford scraps F-150 Lightning, takes $19.5 billion hit. So I don't know what the alternative is, but yeah, a good thing we delayed long enough to not waste $500,000 on something. And anyhow, Merry Christmas is happening. In case you guys didn't hear, Santa's coming. And you guys all have fun. And we'll adjourn to regular council meeting, 6:30 p.m., January 6th.